the enemy in person this day." He saw Saladin leading the ranks down as far as the dark line of the Christian trench. He heard a new battle shout, "Ho, aid for Islam!" The waves of cavalry swept against the line of the ditch and the mud wall and broke up into streamlets of men that plied tiny arrows and dismounted to scramble up the glacis, sword in hand. Dust rose over the struggling figures, and other waves of horsemen trotted into the dust to become little black dots that swarmed forward where the green banners flickered and the drums throbbed ceaselessly. Al-Adil charged, and Taqi-ad-Din and the dervishes ran between the horses, screaming, knives in lean hands, while the imams, watching in the hills, intoned an endless prayer. "This day men shall be like scattered moths, and the mountains shall become like flocks of carded wool, when the earth with her quakings shall quake, and men shall say, What aileth her? On this day shall she tell out her tidings." Muslims were breaking through the trench line. They were wielding their swords among the tents under that veil of dust. They were leaving their horses and breaking through. Wounded warriors drifted back, dark with sweat and drying blood, rocking in their saddles and shouting the tale of their deeds, while the fever of fighting was in them. They told of Christian bodies filling the trench, so that the horses could gallop upon them like a bridge. A Frank of enormous size mounted the rampart. His comrades passed stones up to him from behind. He cast the stones down upon us. We struck that man with more than 50 blows of arrows of stones, but could not drive him from his work. He stood against us, struggling, until one of our engineers threw a glass pot of naphtha on him and burned him alive. Baha ad-Din listened to the tales. A veteran of the regular army, an old man and intelligent, came up. He had penetrated through the ditches of the unbelievers. Behind their wall, he said, there was a woman, covered with a green mantle, who kept shooting arrows with a wooden bow. She wounded several of us. She was finally overcome by several men. We killed her and brought her bow to the Sultan. He was amazed at this happening. Hours passed, and the trench line of the Christians held fast. At twilight, the Muslim cavalry withdrew from the battle. Baha ad-Din relates, "Not until night did the Sultan return to his camp after the last evening prayer. Broken by fatigue and a prey to grieving, he slept, but it was not a tranquil sleep. At daybreak he ordered the drum beaten again. On all sides the soldiers began to form their squadrons and to take up their old tasks." Richard of England could endure idleness no more. He ordered his attendants to pick up his pallet and to carry him upon it out to the battle. They carried it to a knoll in the front line, where a hurdle stood, roofed over with wicker-work. Through an opening in the wicker roof, Richard could watch the wall of Acre and the battered summit of the accursed tower at the angle where the English were attacking. Raising himself on his elbow, the sick king listened to the whir and thud of the great engines, and the clang of iron darts, the rending of wood and the clatter of steel weapons. But he could not lie there inactive while the assault went on. Calling for his crossbow, a weapon that he handled with rare skill, he began to speed his quarrels through the opening of the bomb-proof. That day the English fired the beams of the tunnel they had thrust down under the foundations of the square tower. Smoke oozed up through the holes in the earth. Slowly the tower inclined outward. It settled into the earth and leaned toward the besiegers, but it did not fall. Richard summoned a herald to him. 2 gold byzants to the man who brings me a stone from yonder tower, he said, and the trumpeter proclaimed it from the knoll beside him. The men within hearing looked at the leaning tower, still manned by Muslim archers, and hung back. The king offered 3, and then 4 gold pieces for a stone. And groups of the English dropped their arms to run forward with iron bars and hammers under the speeding arrows. Some of them were shot down, and others fled, but several pried stones from the tower's base and staggered back with them to the king. At twilight the accursed tower still stood. Through the hours of darkness men laboured around it like ghouls in a great cemetery of stones. From the Christian lines they crept forward to throw the bodies of their dead comrades into the maw of the half-filled fosse. Thither they dragged carcasses of horses, beams, and rocks. With sword and axe, other shadows of men stood guard over them. Peering into the haze of moonlight, helmeted archers on the broken wall above them shot at the moving shadows. From the yawning breaches of the wall, barefoot Muslims, wraiths, tortured by hunger and lack of sleep, stole out and felt their way along the darkness of the fosse. They carried axes and long knives, and when they came to the body of a man or the stiffened cadaver of a horse, they hacked at the limbs until they could wrench them off and pass them back to other labourers, who carried their burden back into the alleys of Acre and cast them into the sea. So, under the impassive moon, shadows worked to fill up the great ditch, while others toiled to clear it. The accursed tower was down at last in clouds of smoke and drifting dust. A wide hole gaped in the angle of the grey city wall, and as ants swarm forth to mend a break in the clay barrier of an ant-hill, weary men thronged from the city to tug stones into place, one upon the other, to build a barricade out of dismembered bodies and the broken beams of engines, while other figures ran into the settling dust to tear apart the barricade. With them went the banners of Leicester and Chauvigny and the good Bishop of Salisbury. Sword in hand they climbed over the stones, smiting and hacking and pressing on. From straining throats came a hoarse cry, Christ and the sepulchre. Through the barricade they broke, stumbling and falling under the arrows that sped down from the heights around them. Back to back they stood in the welter of human bodies, their long arms lashing around them. The banners rose in the breach, and the distant watchers shouted, St. George for England. One figure pushed ahead of the others. A knight, Aubrey Clement, had sworn that he would enter Acre or die that day, and he went down under a countercharge of desperate Turks who fought with knives and broken swords to hold the breach until others came up with flamethrowers. Sheets of flame licked out at the attackers, and burning naphtha drenched them. Scorched and tortured, men who would have stood their ground against steel fell back into the debris of the fosse or stumbled clear of the wall. So were the English beaten back from the breach, while the tired Turks shouted in mockery. But it was the last of the fire, and almost the last of the garrison's strength. On Friday, the 12th of July, a swimmer from the city reached the outer shore and was brought to Saladin with a letter from the commanders in Acre. Baha ad-Din explains. The letter showed that the garrison was reduced to its last extremity, too weak to defend the breach, which was very great. Only death awaited them, and they did not doubt that all of them would be massacred if the city were carried by assault. So they had made a treaty to surrender the place. After reading it, Saladin summoned his officers at once to council in the field. When they had talked together, the Sultan called the swimmer again and gave him a message disapproving the terms of the treaty. Saladin left the council without speaking to anyone. That night he remained sitting in troubled abstraction, when all at once we saw fires lighted on the wall of the city, and the banners and crosses of the enemy. Their fires of joy lighted all the rampart. Acre had fallen. Chapter 26. The Massacre. With the surrender of the city, a change came over the survivors of the Christian host. Under the burning midsummer sun, the siege engines were left standing unattended, like captive giants, bound with ropes and chains, and now at last permitted to repose in peace. And the men who had laboured for months without respite put aside their armour and drank of idleness as a thirst-ridden traveller quaffs deep of wine in the cool of the evening. They took possession of their old quarters in the city, and watched the throng of Muslim prisoners working with brushes and pails of water, scrubbing the whitewash from the walls of the cathedral that had been a mosque. Under the white coating appeared the familiar mosaic figures of the saints, as if they had been waiting there these 4 years to welcome the Christians. The great army of Christians felt the relaxation from the strain. It slept fitfully at first, and then heavily, dulling the memory of pain and agonizing losses. It tried not to think of the graves that covered the plain, graves that held the bodies of 3 reigning princes, 6 archbishops and patriarchs, 40 counts and 500 men of noble rank, and perhaps 80,000 common men. The price paid for Acre had been too great, but the survivors of the host felt that victory now lay with them, and that surely now the way was open to Jerusalem. Meanwhile, relaxing, the men who put aside their armour became individuals again, with ambitions and grievances of their own. The men-at-arms settled old debts and went out to look for taverns. Courtly dress appeared again in the streets, where esquires rode in attendance upon their ladies. Other women came down from Tyre, and of nights the tinkling of gittons, the clinking of cups, and the melody of the troubadours could be heard. And the leaders assembled in a great council to settle the question of the kingship of Jerusalem that had divided them into 2 factions. No idle question this, for in the hand of the king lay the authority of God. In this council sat Philip Augustus in his sombre dress, his young face prematurely lined. Beside him the long-limbed Richard, in a rose-hued vest and hunting cap, his great sword in its plain sheath linked to his girdle with silver. He played with the staff in his hand, alert and amused, eager to have his say in the controversy. Behind him the quiet Earl of Leicester and Henry, Count of Champagne, nephew of the 2 kings, but a poor man, living from morning to morning, the chroniclers say. With the English sat the Templars in their white surcoats, and the 3 brothers Lusignan, Guy, the king in name, Geoffrey, the warrior, and Amalric, the constable. With the French were the dark-faced Pisans, and the nobleman who had caused the quarrel, Conrad of Montserrat, inscrutable, unyielding, and swift to seize upon any gain. He had already scored a decisive advantage over the helpless Guy. A year ago, Queen Sybil, the bride of Lusignan, had died in the camp. By the ruling of the High Court of the Barons in such a case, the younger sister of the dead woman succeeded to the throne. But Isabel was married during that stormy evening at Kirach to the mild and unkingly Humphrey of Toron. Isabel, only 20 years of age, insisted that she loved Humphrey, and she refused to be separated from him. But her mother and Conrad's agents beset her, troubling the girl's conscience by insinuating that her marriage to Humphrey was no marriage because it had taken place before her age of puberty. She yielded at last, and the church declared the marriage null. Whereupon Conrad claimed her and wedded her, and at once demanded recognition of his right to the throne of Jerusalem, since Isabel was now the queen. There were ugly whispers that the Marquis already had a wife in Constantinople, with another at home in Italy. In reserve, explains Ambrose, who hated him. And now he married a 3rd. That is why the good archbishop did not fear to say that God was not present at such a wedding. All these remonstrances the ambitious Italian brushed aside. The daring Geoffrey, brother of Guy, cast down his gauntlet before the Marquis, and Conrad ignored it. The Templars insisted that Guy was the rightful king, but Conrad gained the ear of Philip Augustus. even persuaded that thoughtful monarch to claim half of Richard's conquest of the rich island of Cyprus. The careless Richard had accepted Guy's side of the quarrel, and while he gave up the half of Cyprus, he opposed Philip Augustus in the matter of the kingship. The crusade had fanned the latent enmity between the twain, and Richard openly sought the leadership of the army. Now, in the great council, the cause was debated gravely, for the kingship of Jerusalem was perhaps the highest of earthly honours, and a compromise was reached. Guy would have the kingdom during his lifetime, after which it would fall to the Marquis or his son. If Conrad died first, King Richard would dispose of the kingdom as he pleased, if he were still in the east. So they agreed. Two things are clear. The barons of Jerusalem no longer had in their hands the choosing of the king, as in the time of the first Baldwin, and the politics of the west had crept into the east. Of all the high lords who sat in that council, only Balian of Ibelin and Humphrey of Toron belonged to the lineage of the first Crusaders. The Templars had great influence, but the leadership of the crusade now lay between the kings of France and England, supported as they were by the powerful princes of Europe. After the council, Philip Augustus announced his decision. Richard's knight-errantry had exhausted his patience, perhaps, but he longed to take advantage of the death of the Count of Flanders and to have the first hand in affairs at home. Under the excuse of illness, he meant to sail back to France at once. Naturally, the French contingents protested, and the other barons urged him to abide until the end of the war. The politic king did consent to leave at Acre the bulk of his soldiers under command of the Duke of Burgundy. He would not stay. So great was his desire to make haste that he begged 2 swift galleys from Richard. No protest came from Richard, although that single-minded warrior scented danger in the wind. Before the high lords he made Philip Augustus swear that he would keep the faith he had pledged to him, and would do no injury to the vassals or the lands of England while Richard was absent. The King of France took the oath readily, and broke it as readily before the year was out. "Instead of blessings," says Ambrose, "maledictions followed him upon his departure." Be that as it may, Richard Plantagenet was happy, well and hale once more, with no one to hinder him, and all Palestine open to him. Alone Conrad dared question his acts, and Conrad, following a policy of his own, saw fit to retire into his citadel of Tyre, taking with him the Moslem hostages who had fallen to the share of the French king. Nor would he emerge at the Lionheart's summons. For better or worse, Richard became leader of the crusade. His unbounded energy brought new spirit into the war, and the first result of it was the massacre. Acre had surrendered upon hard terms. To save their lives, Saladin's generals in the city had agreed to the surrender of the place with all it held, to the payment of a ransom of 200,000 pieces of gold, to the release by Saladin of 1,600 Christian captives, 100 knights selected by name among them, and to the return of the Holy Cross. Saladin had been troubled when he learned the conditions. The fulfillment, of course, rested with him, since some 3,000 of the garrison with the 2 commanders were held as hostages by the Crusaders. He had asked what time would be allowed him to make the payment, and had been informed that he would have 3 months, 1/3 of the conditions to be met at the end of each month. Now the first month had elapsed, and the Crusaders were eagerly awaiting the sight of the true cross, taken at the Battle of Hattin. Whenever Muslim parties appeared near Acre, men ran out crying, "The cross is coming." But it did not come. Instead, Saladin sent a message explaining that he was ready to meet the first payment if the Christians would give hostages on their part to guarantee that they would release the prisoners at the end. Richard, in refusing this, demanded that Saladin make the payment without any conditions. Days passed, and no response came from the hills. We do not know what Saladin thought or what he was preparing to do. Doubtless he distrusted the Crusaders, and probably he was waiting for the arrival of some of the captives. But there is no doubt as to what Richard did. Calling a council of the princes in Acre, he discussed the situation and came to a decision. 2,600 Muslims of the garrison were led out into the plain to a kind of enclosure of blankets hung upon cords. Their hands were bound, and they were put to death by the sword, or hung, within sight of the Muslim patrols watching from the hills. Of all the hostages, only the higher officers were spared. In a frenzy of anger, all the Muslim cavalry within summons rode down at the Crusaders, and before the execution ended, swords were clashing all over the plain. Eventually the Muslims withdrew to carry the tidings to Saladin. Beyond doubt he had not expected this. The massacre depressed him deeply, and not for many a long day did he show mercy to any Crusaders taken captive. He did not, however, retaliate by a slaughter of the Christians already in his hands. Richard's callous act roused intense feelings among the Muslims. By the letter of agreement he had the right to act as he did. It must be remembered also that the Crusaders were still afflicted by their losses at Acre, that the majority of them, arriving on the coast during the tension of the siege, still looked upon their enemies as infidels to be slaughtered wherever met. Granting this, the fact remains that Richard stained his name and honour by this needless cruelty, and that Saladin did not retaliate, except in the open war that followed. The slaughter had its afternote of comedy. The 2 Muslim commanders of Acre were held for individual ransom, Meshtub, chieftain of the Kurds, being kept for 8,000 pieces of gold, while Karakush was thought by the Crusaders to be worth 30,000. It occurred to Meshtub to ask the figure set for the ransom of his brother-in-arms, and his captors told him. "I am worth as much as he," Meshtub protested. "By God, Karakush will not bring 30,000 pieces if I bring only 8. The knights laughed and raised the old Kurd's ransom to 30,000 pieces. Meanwhile, Richard was preparing to march on Jerusalem. By common consent, the Crusaders placed themselves under his orders, although he had been on the coast for only 2 months. As King of England, he was of higher birth than the remaining lords, and the command lay with him by right. But Richard Plantagenet would have taken the lead of any army in which he served. It is no easy matter to perceive the real Richard, to separate him from the minstrelsy of the centuries. We would like to know the exact nature of the man who was called the Lionheart, but the lines of portraiture are indistinct, scarred and dimmed by time. This much we know. Richard was born late in life to Eleanor of Gwyn, who had been the Queen of Louis, one of the leaders of the Crusade of 1149. Eleanor, whose wilfulness preyed upon this monarch of the French until Louis abandoned the Crusade and divorced her. No untoward fortune could dishearten the beautiful Eleanor, who chose for her second husband Henry of Anjou, cunning, passionate, and cruel. She could don man's garments and go out against adversity. She dared rebel against her husband after he had been anointed King of England. Henry, able enough in all conscience, defied the Church of Rome, and went to his death with his sons in arms against him and the stigma of Herod upon him, after the murder of good Thomas a Becket. The children grew up amid turmoil and the quarrels of the courts, tasting of vice at an early age. John, weak and covetous, inherited his father's nature, while Richard had his mother's comeliness and dominant will. He was her favourite. We have only glimpses of him, matching songs with the troubadours of Poitiers, standing silent beside his father's body, without a word of blame or promise of goodwill to the English barons who had fought against him. He plunges into the crusade as if longing to bury all this futile past in a selfless venture. He desires Berengaria of Navarre for wife, and yet sails from Messina on the very eve of her expected arrival in the charge of Eleanor. and after their marriage he avoids her, places her with Joanna, his sister, rescued from Sicily, and the fair Byzantine girl, daughter of the Comneni, held by him as hostage. Seemingly he takes delight in the young Byzantine princess, perhaps makes her his mistress. Berengaria follows him without protest, silent in her pride. The three women, shadows behind the resplendent figure of the Crusader king, are housed with all splendor in the palace at Acre. They appear at banquets, and Richard takes pleasure in gifting them with luminous silks and rare Eastern jewels. He is no whit dismayed by the losses at Acre or the desertion of Philip. The thing in hand engrosses him, and he exults in the preparations for the march, buying new soldiery from the French, inspecting the ships. He can order the slaying of the Muslim hostages and still send requests to Saladin for food for his falcons. He is childishly disappointed that the Sultan will not meet him face to face in courteous talk before the coming battle. Passing from hunting field to the banquet table, jesting with men of all ranks, spurring on the laggards, beating down all opposition, such is the outward bearing of the man on the eve of the struggle. At times he is moody, and over-tense nerves give way before little things. He has a Norman's canniness, and never did Crusader cast such stakes upon the board as Richard. To come thus far, he has drained England and left his kingdom at hazard. He means, no doubt, to win such fortune and glory in the Holy Land that he may return and mend matters in the West. But he finds great powers opposing him at every step, and he is impatient. So, for a moment, the two adversaries gather their strength for the coming struggle, the champion of the West preparing to go forth to meet the Lord of the nearer East. In every quality they are opposed. Saladin has the clear vision of age, Richard the heedlessness of youth. Saladin is patient, Richard impetuous. Saladin, unable to take part in person in the fighting, relies upon generalship. Richard depends upon his own prowess in battle. The Sultan, a fatalist, will take long chances. He has men fit only for striking, not for defence. The king must feel the ground before each new step, but he has men equally effective in attack or defence. Either of them would give his life to hold or to take Jerusalem. Richard made the first move, a wise one. Instead of seeking Saladin or marching inland, he started down the coast with the fleet following after him, toward Jaffa, the port of Jerusalem. A distance of some 65 miles as the crow flies, rather more than 100 along the trails. He set out on August 25th of that year, 1191, during the worst of the heat, when the streams were dry. Saladin kept in touch with his movements by spies and by mounted patrols. He ordered the walls of the three towns between Acre and Jaffa dismantled, and the fortifications of that seaport destroyed. And he marched south beside the Crusaders, out of sight within the hills. Chapter 22. Richard takes the field. At first the Christian army did not move smoothly. In fact, it did not move at all. Acre sheltered a great multitude, speaking different languages and following different leaders. For weeks this multitude had rested in the shade of the poplars and the palm groves. Ambrose explains. In the town were good wines and girls, many of whom were very fair. They gave themselves up to the wine and the women until the valiant men were ashamed of the others. Richard had to pitch his tents by the sand dunes of the river and send back his marshals to rout out the malingerers. They emerged peevishly, overburdened with baggage, and onsets of Muslim cavalry added to the confusion. For 2 days the Crusaders camped in the shadow of Mount Carmel, from the summit of which Saladin had been inspecting them, while the useless gear was discarded and the men formed into companies. All women, except hardy workers, were sent back, and each man was given 10 days' supplies of biscuit, cereal, wine, and meat to carry in a pack. This done, the great standard, an effigy of a dragon mounted upon an iron-bound pole in a heavy cart, trundled forward within its guard of Norman swordsmen. With the Templars leading, the army crawled round the point of Carmel in close array. Ambrose marched with them, delighted at the sight. You would see there great chivalry, the fairest younglings, the chosen men most proud that ever were beheld. So many men, all confident, so many fine armourings, and old sergeants, hardy and proud, so many swords fair seeming, so many banners gleaming. You would see there a host afoot, greatly to be feared. Burdened by the heavy packs, the army trudged through the dry brush and thickets of the shore, surprised to see so many animals scurrying away before it. Scorpions and snakes worried the newcomers, and every day before setting out the sun emerged from the ridges on the left hand, making a glaring furnace of the sky, reflecting on the sand and even touching the tranquil green sea with fire. The army clambered past the limestone ledges of the narrow way, fearing that the Muslims would beset it. But the sand and the brush lay empty before it, as far as the ruins of Capernaum. The army advanced only a few miles each day, halting at an early hour to camp. When the men had eaten supper, and the sun had sunk beneath red clouds into a purple sea, the air became cool, and they could sit at ease. Then one would arise and call out the familiar words, "Holy Sepulchre, aid us." Others would take up the cry after him, repeating it as far as the outer lines, where the silent Templars kept watch and mounted patrols. Ambrose said it refreshed them all, as did the sight of the stalwart Richard by day, mounted on Fauvel, his bay Cyprian horse. The army trudged on, down the silent coast where no sheep grazed and no wind stirred the dust, and even the thickets were grey and salt and bitter. At the empty town of Caesarea the fleet appeared, moving slowly under listless airs over the tideless water. It brought supplies and the last laggards from Acre. A chronicler relates, "The army pitched its tents by a river called the River of Crocodiles, because the crocodiles devoured 2 soldiers who bathed in it. Caesarea is great in size, and the buildings wonderful in workmanship. Our Saviour with his disciples often visited it, and worked miracles there. But the Turks had broken down part of the towers and walls." Here the army turned a little inland, for the line of the menacing hills had receded, and the leaders decided to follow the wells and cultivated land a few miles from the shore. And here Baha ad-Din relates, Saladin made a survey of the country ahead of the Crusaders and talked for a long time apart with his brother Al-Adil. On leaving Caesarea, the Moslem cavalry appeared, skirmishing with the rear guard and harassing the Crusaders with arrows. But Richard or his advisers had hit upon a formation that fairly baffled the eager foemen. The Crusaders marched in 3 columns. The one nearest the hills and the Muslims was formed entirely of infantry in close order. Those in the outer files, exposed to the Moslem arrows, carried bows and crossbows and wore shirts of felt and mail. They worked their bows without halting, and their armour shielded them from the hostile arrows. Within these files, their comrades carried spears and swords in readiness to stand and beat off a charge. The second column, within the infantry screen, was made up of the knights and horsemen, the real strength of the army, protected in this fashion from the arrows that would otherwise have taken toll of the valuable horses. Nearest the sea and remote from the Moslems marched the third column, with the carts and baggage and sick. These men could take their ease, and a division of them changed places every few hours with the infantry of the first column, who could then rest in their turn. The fighting of the first day ended at noon, when both sides wilted under the trying heat. The Crusaders kept on across a barren stretch of sand dunes and came to a narrow ravine, a portion of which the Muslims had thoughtfully camouflaged with a screen of branches to trap the horsemen of the advance. But the Templars were not deceived, and after testing the water and finding it good, they camped there. The river they christened the Dead River. The chronicler continues, "On the next day the army went on slowly through a desolate country. The Templars had charge of the rear that day, and they lost so many horses through the attacks of the Turks that they were almost reduced to despair. The king also was wounded in the side by a javelin while he was driving the Turks. Alas, how many horses fell pierced with javelins! This terrible tempest kept up all day, until at twilight the Turks returned to their tents. Our people stopped near what was called the Salt River. A great throng gathered on account of the horses which had died from their wounds, for the people were so eager to purchase the horse-flesh that they even came to blows. The king, hearing this, proclaimed by herald that he would give a live horse to whoever had lost his horse, and who distributed the flesh of it to the best men in his command, who had most need of it. On the third day our army marched in battle array from the Salt River, for there was a rumour that the Turks were lying in ambush in a forest, and that they meant to set the brush on fire. But our men, advancing in order, passed the place unmolested where the ambuscade was said to be. On quitting the wood, they came to a large plain, and there they pitched their tents. Spies, however, brought back word that the Turks lay ahead of them in countless numbers." Saladin had inspected this plain with Al-Adil, and had chosen it for the hazard of battle. In the last 2 days his horsemen had tried to coax the Crusaders' cavalry out of the protecting mass of infantry, and had failed. Bakr ad-Din says, "We had to admire the patience shown by these people, who endured the worst fatigues without having military skill or any advantage on their side." The Muslims, being all mounted, outnumbered the Crusaders' horsemen at least 5 to 1. Their purpose was to induce the men of the cross to break their array, to abandon the hedgehog-like formation, and to scatter over the countryside, in which case the charges of the Turkish cavalry might overwhelm them. Richard, understanding this peril, had ordered his men not to move out of ranks under any provocation, unless the signal was given to charge, the simultaneous blast of trumpets down the line. So on that day of battle the Christians moved forward in their dense column, like an armoured giant drawing himself painfully over the ground, heedless of the sting of missiles. The Templars took the advance again, followed by the Bretons and the Knights of Anjou. King Guy led the men of Poitou at their heels, and the Normans and English pressed after with the standard. Bearing the burden of the attack, the black-robed Hospitallers held the rear. At 9 o'clock, when the Crusaders were already drenched with sweat, the two sides were engaged, swarms of Bedouins and the Negro horsemen of Egypt assailing the rear. King Richard and the Duke of Burgundy, with their retinues, rode up and down the line to steady the men. Relates the chronicler de Vensouf, "The enemy thundered at their backs as if with mallets, so that, having no room to use their bows, they fought hand to hand, and the blows of the Turks, echoing from their metal armour, resounded as if they had struck upon an anvil. They were now tormented with the heat, and no rest was allowed them. The battle fell heavily on the extreme line of the Hospitallers, the more so as they were unable to resist. They moved forward with patience under their wounds, and the Turks cried out that they were iron, and would yield to no blow. Then about 20,000 Turks rushed upon our men. Almost overcome by their savage fury, Garnier de Nappe, one of the Hospitallers, suddenly exclaimed with a loud voice, "O Saint George, wilt thou leave us to be driven thus?" Upon this, the master of the Hospitallers went to the king and said to him, My lord the king, we are pressed by the enemy and in danger of eternal infamy. We are losing our horses, one after the other, and why should we bear with them? Good master, the king replied, it is you who must sustain their attack. No one can be everywhere at once. On the master returning, there was not a count or prince who did not blush for shame, and they said to one another, Why do we not charge them at full gallop? Thereupon 2 knights, who were impatient of delay, put everything in confusion. They rushed at full gallop upon the Turks, and each of them overthrew his man by piercing him with his lance. One of them was the marshal of the Hospitallers. The other was Baldwin de Cario, a good and brave man, and the companion of King Richard. When the other Christians observed these 2 rushing forward, and heard them calling with a clear voice on St. George for aid, they charged the Turks in a body with all their strength. Then the Hospitallers, who had been distressed all day by their close array, following the 2 soldiers, charged the enemy in troops, so that the van of the army became the rear, and the Hospitallers, who had been the last, became the first. The Count of Champagne also burst forward with his chosen company, and James d'Avenay with his kinsman, and the Bishop of Beauvais, as well as the Earl of Leicester, who made a fierce charge on the left toward the sea. The Turks, who had dismounted from their horses in order to take better aim at our men with their javelins and arrows, were slain on all sides in that charge, for, being overthrown by the horsemen, they were killed by the footmen who followed. King Richard, on seeing his army in motion, flew on his horse through the Hospitallers and broke into the Turkish infantry, who were astonished at his blows and those of his men, and gave way to the right and the left. Then might be seen numbers prostrate on the ground, horses in swarms without their riders, and many trodden under foot by friend and foe. Oh, how different is battle from the speculations of those who meditate amid the columns of the cloisters. There the fierce king, the extraordinary king, cut down the Turks. Wherever he turned, he cut a wide path for himself, like a reaper with his sickle. The rest, warned by the sight, gave him wide room. For a long time the battle was doubtful. Oh, how many banners might be seen, torn and fallen to the earth! How many swords of proved steel covering the ground! Some of the Turks hid themselves in copses, others climbed the trees, and, being shot with arrows, fell with a groan to the earth. Others, abandoning their horses, betook themselves to slippery footpaths. For a space of 2 miles, nothing could be seen but fugitives. Our men paused, but the fugitives, to the number of 20,000, when they saw this, recovered their courage and charged the hindmost of our men who were retiring. Oh, how dreadfully were our men then pressed! They bent, stunned to their saddle-bows. Then you might have seen horses without saddles, and the Turks returning upon our people. The commander of the Turks was an admiral, Tekidmus, a kinsman of the Sultan. He had 700 Turks of great valor from the household troops of Saladin, each of whose companies bore a yellow banner. These men, coming at full charge with haughty bearing, attacked our men, so that even the firmness of our leaders wavered under the weight of the pressure. The battle raged fiercer than before. The one side labored to crush, the other to repel. For all that, the king, mounted on a bay Cyprian steed, scattered those he met, while helmets tottered beneath his sword. The enemy gave way before his sword, and thus our men, having suffered somewhat, returned to the standard. They proceeded on their march as far as Arsuf, and there they pitched their tents outside its walls. While they were thus engaged, a large body of the Turks made an attack upon the extreme rear of our army. King Richard, with only 15 companions, rushed against these Turks, crying out in a loud voice, "Aid us, O sepulchre!" When our men heard it, they made haste to follow him and attack the Turks, putting them to flight. Overcome with the fatigues of the day, our men rested quietly that night. Whoever wished to plunder returned to the field of battle, and those who returned thence reported that they had counted 32 Turkish chieftains slain. The Turks also made search for them, but we had to mourn greatly the loss of James d'Avenay. On Sunday the Hospitallers and Knights of the Temple armed themselves and made anxious search, and at last found the body, its face so covered with clotted blood that it was difficult of recognition. Thus, having decently wrapped up the body, they bore it back to Arsuf, whence a great multitude of the soldiers came forth to meet it. So ended Saladin's attempt to break the array of the Crusaders in open battle. The sallying forth of 2 knights against Richard's orders took the Moslems by surprise, and the charge of the Christian chivalry swept all the Moslem divisions back against the hills with heavy losses. In this charge the men of Islam experienced for the first time the astonishing might of the Lion Heart, and Malik Rik gained for himself a place in Moslem legendary that endures even today. But counter-charges led by Taqi ad-Din and others made the Crusaders retire into their close order and move on without delay to the sheltering gardens of the little seaport of Arsuf. On the following day Saladin appeared, ready to renew the action, while the Crusaders did not take the field. This affair of Arsuf was hardly a battle, and certainly not a decisive battle, as some historians have made it out in the past. It did prove, however, that the Crusaders under Richard's leadership could hold their own in ranged battle against Saladin's forces, and it lowered the morale of the Moslem soldiery. And it caused Saladin and his generals to change their plan of campaign. Instead of hanging on the flank of the Christians to draw them into action, Saladin retired to the line of the hills and divided his forces, determined to play for time. To do this he destroyed, instead of defending, Ascalon, the bride of Syria. Ascalon, the southern key to Jerusalem and to the caravan route into Egypt, was a great and fair seaport, but the Moslem emirs were in no mood to shut themselves up in another acre to defend it. "I take God to witness," Saladin said, "I would rather lose all my children than cast down a stone from its walls, but it is necessary." He drove his men to the grim work, recruiting an army of workmen. Baha ad-Din relates, "When these labourers entered the city, there went up a great sound of grieving, for the city was pleasant to look upon, its walls were strong, its houses beautiful. Its people began at once to sell everything they could not bear away with them into Egypt, even selling 10 hens for 1 dirhem. They came out to the camp with their wives and children to sell their household things. Some had to go off on foot, lacking money to hire beasts to carry them. The troops, worn out with fatigue, spent that night in their tents. This was a horrible time. From early morning the Sultan busied himself in the work of tearing down. He gave all the corn stored in the city to the workmen. They set fire to the houses of the city. All the towers were filled with wood and burned. For 2 days the Sultan was so ill that he could not ride or take any food. He shifted the camp close to the walls, which enabled the camel and ass drivers to share in the work, for he feared that the Franks would hear of it and come down to forestall him. Chapter 23. The Barrier of the Hills. Richard's impetuous spirit was fired by the withdrawal of the Muslims. "Seigneurs," he cried in the first conference at Jaffa, "the Turks are destroying Ascalon. They dare not give battle to us. Let us go to save this city." But they did not go. The banners were planted in the olive groves, swept by the dry north wind. The horses grazed hungrily in the fertile fields by the canals, and the men ate eagerly of the ripe grapes and fresh figs and almonds. They rested in Jaffa. Some of them even went back by boat to the flesh pots of Acre, and debated what ought to be done. It seemed to them that the wall of Jaffa must be repaired first. And Richard, so skilled in battle, so certain of himself in the face of the enemy, could not sway the minds of the council. Impatiently his thoughts turned to the great leaders of the Muslims, off yonder, behind the haze of dust that half veiled the brown rampart of the hills. He sent an envoy for Al-Adil, the counsellor and brother of the Sultan. Al-Adil came, courteous and watchful, at the head of a brilliant cortege of horsemen. Richard rode out to meet him, attended by Norman knights, with youthful Humphrey of Torun to interpret for him. "The war," he said, "has lasted a long time between us. On both sides a multitude of brave warriors have fallen. As for us, we are come only to aid the Franks of this coast. Make peace with them, and the two armies will retire, each into its own country." Al-Adil was apt at this fencing with words. Quietly he demanded upon what terms the Christians would make peace, and Richard, perforce, answered, saying that Jerusalem must be yielded up, and the Muslims must retire beyond the Jordan. With pride, Al-Adil refused. This meeting was reported at once to Saladin, and he wrote to his brother, "Try to drag out matters longer with the Franks, and keep them where they are, until the Turkoman reinforcements which are on the way have joined us." So Al-Adil, summoned again by the English king, brought a great pavilion with him, and gifts of camels and saddled horses, and his cooks with a store of dainties. Not to be outdone in courtesy, Richard ordered forward his own tent, and the two feasted therein, the Moslem cooks fetching their dishes into the Crusaders' quarters. Richard prepared the feast with splendour, and returned gift for gift. Quite frankly, he admired Al-Adil, finding that this lord of the pagans, who could tell a merry tale or eat a whole sheep at a sitting, knew all the lore of hunt and falconry, that his pride was not less than Norman pride. Such a man could entertain the lion-heart more than the wayward French barons or the monkish Templars who laboured at the stones of Jaffa. Thereafter Richard often sent to the Moslem chieftain for sherbet, or, when fever settled upon him, snow from the distant peak of Hermon. Always Al-Adil responded courteously, while he studied Richard. Months later, Richard was to make a friendly gesture in recognition of Al-Adil's courtesy. He sent for the eldest son of the Moslem prince, and knighted him with all solemnity before the Christian lords. For the present, however, his restless mind played with a new project that fairly took Al-Adil's breath away. It seemed to the English king that a marriage might mend all the questions at issue. The marriage of his sister Joanna to the cultured and affable Al-Adil. This done, he, on behalf of the Crusaders, and Saladin, on behalf of the Muslims, would surrender their mutual holdings in the Holy Land to the new couple, and Jerusalem would be held in peace by both sides, with pilgrims at liberty to come and go. The true cross would be returned to the Crusaders. So Richard suggested, apparently with all sincerity. Al-Adil was a little dazzled when he reported the offer to his brother. "Wilt thou accept?" Baha-ad-Din asked the Sultan courteously. "Yes, verily," Saladin said, thrice, and smiled. He knew the thing to be impossible, and eventually Richard had to announce that his sister refused to marry a Muslim. Not that Richard was idle. The skirmishing going on between the horsemen of both sides gave full opportunity for the individual combats that delighted him. He went out with a small following to look for hostile patrols and ride them down. Ambrose explains. The King of England went out to meet the Saracens, hoping to surprise them, but once the thing turned out badly. The king had too few with him, and it happened that he went to sleep. The Saracens were on their guard, and approached so near that he was barely awakened in time. Seigneurs, do not be surprised if he got up in great haste, for a single man beset by so many is not at ease. But the grace of God enabled him to mount his horse. His people mounted also, but they were too few. When the Turks saw them in the saddle, they turned and fled to their ambuscade, pursued by the king. Those who were hidden in the ambush rushed out and tried to seize the king upon his horse, Fauvel, but he drew his sword. All around him the Turks pressed, each one wishing to put hand on him, but no one wishing to feel the blow of his sword. If they had known who he was, they would have taken him. But one of his knights, William of Priou, a loyal man and proud, cried out, I am the Malik, that is to say, the king. The Turks seized him at once and carried him off to their army. There were killed Regnier de Maron, who had a valiant heart, and his nephew. Alan and Lucas of the stable were killed also. That is the truth. No one pursued the Turks, for they went away in a great body, leading William a captive. When God had thus spared the king, several, knowing his courage and being fearful for him, begged of him, Sire, for God, do not thus. It is not your affair to go on such expeditions. You lack not brave men. Do not go forth alone on such occasions, for all our lives depend upon you. More than one valiant man took pain to beseech him, but he, when he heard of a combat, and very little could be hidden from him, he cast himself always against the Turks. Once the Templars were guarding the foragers, when 4 squadrons of Turks fell upon them with loose bridles. The combat was at its height when King Richard arrived. He saw our people surrounded by the pagans. He had only a few with him, but valiant men and chosen, several of whom said to him, In truth, sire, you risk a great misfortune. Never can you bring our people out of there, and it is better that they die than that you perish with them. The king changed colour and said, I have sent them thither. I asked them to go. If they die there without me, may I never again be called king. He gave his horse the spurs and loosened the rein. Swifter than a hawk he cast himself at the Saracens and broke through them to the centre. He drove them back, returning on his track to strike them again, severing their heads and arms. They fled like beasts. Many who could not flee were taken or killed. Our men pursued them so long that it was the hour to return to camp. Some men, however, blamed him because of the presents he had accepted from the pagans. But he would have delivered the Holy Land if he had not been prevented. October had passed, and November, while Jaffa was rebuilt and fresh contingents summoned up from Acre. The orange groves around Jaffa were heavy with fruit, and the feather grass blew brittle over the plain under cloudy skies. Along the line of the hills the dust veil whirled when the north wind blew. Little by little the Crusaders had penetrated the plain, quartering themselves in dismantled towers and riding into the empty towns. They had gained the edge of the foothills, and before them the road to Jerusalem ascended among barren gullies, twisting and turning around the shoulders of the hills toward the holy city, hidden from sight 12 miles distant. But they had delayed too long. Rain came on the hills of the wind and chilled the air. The bulk of the Crusaders expected to march forward to Jerusalem, while the leaders, realizing the difficulties, had no plan at all, and Richard could not think of one. Ambrose relates, The days became cold. The rain and the hail beat against us, overturning our tents. We lost there, before and after Christmas, many of our horses, while the storms rotted our salt pork and melted the biscuits. The shirts of mail were covered with rust, and many of us fell ill from lack of food. But their hearts were joyous because of the hope they had of going to the Holy Sepulchre. Those who were sick at Jaffa and other places had themselves placed in litters and brought out to the camp. And in the camp gladness reigned. They lifted their helmets and tossed their heads, crying, "Our Lady, Holy Virgin Mary, aid us. O Lord, allow us to worship and thank Thee, and to see Thy sepulchre." Yet the high man and the captains decided that every one must go back to Ascalon and rebuild its walls. When the news was known in the host, no one ever saw a host so troubled and so sad. Their joy, when they had thought to go to the sepulchre, was not so great as this new grief. Some of them could not hold their peace, and cursed the long halt and the camp. All the host was discouraged. They did not know how to carry back the supplies they had brought thither, because the pack animals were enfeebled by the cold and storms. When they were loaded, they fell on their knees, and men cursed them, consigning them to the devil. Finally, every one departed, and that day we arrived at Ramlach. At Ramlach was the host, and because of the discouragement it separated. Many of the French went away with the Duke of Burgundy. The king, with his nephew, the Count Henri of Champagne, went on to Ibelin. The next day was worse than the one before. A little after midday they reached Ascalon, which they found broken down and destroyed. They had to climb over debris to enter it. Saladin knew by his spies that our people had returned to the shore of the sea. Then he said to his Saracens that they could go away to their country and rest until May. They went willingly, having remained 4 whole years in Syria. Although Richard laboured at rebuilding Jaffa, the first weeks of the new year 1192 saw the Crusaders thoroughly disorganized. The French, their supplies and money exhausted, besought the English king for a loan. The Duke of Burgundy went from Richard's side to talk with Conrad, who was secretly negotiating with Saladin, offering to make open war on Richard if the Sultan would pledge him more of the coast cities. The Normans and English mocked the French, saying that they held wine goblets instead of swords in their hands, and that they filled the houses of the prostitutes in Acre so that their comrades had to break down the doors to get in. The Genoese and Pisans, who had given sturdy aid from the first, now had time to covet the coast ports, and to brood upon their ancient feud, and they started a war of their own in the streets of Acre, pulling the Duke from his horse when he tried to intervene. Richard rode in haste up to the rioting and managed to bring some order out of chaos. He assembled all the captains in conference and listened to their grievances, and he had to taste the dregs of his own failure to lead them. Because they explained that they were weary of delay and of the figurehead of Guy, who could never be a king indeed, they thought the only man who could make head against the Muslims was Conrad of Montserrat. They wanted Conrad to bring the factions together and to lead them as King of Jerusalem. So they pleaded on their knees. In silence Richard heard them. Like a bird of ill omen, word had come over the sea from England. The Prior of Hereford had brought him a letter from William, Bishop of Ely, and he knew that his affairs in England went badly. His brother, the Earl John, had driven out his chancellor and seized upon the exchequer. He listened to the Crusaders and dismissed from his mind his own quarrel with Conrad, giving his assent to the election of Conrad and the retirement of Guy. To compensate the unhappy Lusignan, Richard made over to him the island of Cyprus. Messengers were sent to Tyre to announce the decision of the council, while the Crusaders rejoiced, making ready their scant robes of ceremony and furbishing their arms for the coming coronation. But their rejoicing was silenced within a few days when a strange power from beyond the mountains intervened in their affairs. Conrad, riding home from a banquet at the house of the Bishop of Beauvais, was attacked by 2 young men without cloaks and stabbed. The assassins who once had menaced Saladin struck down the Marquis before his coronation. In the general consternation, many tales were repeated of his death, but the account of the Syrian scholar Abul Farag, written years later, is the clearest. 2 men of the Ishmaelites, clad in the habit of monks, rushed upon the Marquis, who was mounted on his horse. One of them struck him with a knife, the other fled into a church nearby. In truth, the wounded Marquis was carried into this same church by his companions. When the monk who was the companion of the assassin beheld the Marquis alive and speaking, he rushed out at him in the middle of the church and struck him again, and straightway he died. These 2 Ishmaelites, seized and crucified and tortured by the Franks, said that the King of England had sent them, and because of the enmity which had been between them, the Franks believed the words of these cutthroats. However, it was manifest afterward that the Sidna, chief of the Ishmaelites, sent them. The death of Conrad, the one man Saladin feared, healed the long feud that had divided the Crusaders. At Tyre, the French assembled to discuss the situation, and Henry of Champagne, riding into the city by chance, was seized upon by them as the man to take the crown awarded the dead Marquis. Henry, young and amiable, had no enemies, and he was nephew to both Richard and Philip Augustus. They urged him to marry the widowed Isabel at once. Far in the south, Richard heard the news of Conrad's assassination while he was boar hunting, and for a space he was silent in astonishment. "Sir Sergeants, this is my word. Let Count Henry take the city of Acre and Tyre," he said at length, "and the whole of the land, if it please God, forever. As to his marriage with the widow, I have no advice to give, for the Marquis had her unlawfully. But tell the Count in my name to take the field as speedily as possible, and bring the French with him." So after Eastertide, Henry married the youthful Isabel, and the Crusaders assembled around his standard. Conrad had been removed from Saladin's path, but the lion heart remained. And the English king, determined but irresolute as always when the responsibility of a campaign was laid upon him, bethought him of sending envoys to Saladin. "Greet the Sultan," he instructed his messengers, "and say that the Muslims and the Franks are reduced to the last extremity, and the resources of the 2 sides in men and material are exhausted. As for Jerusalem, we are determined never to give it up, so long as a single man remains to us. You must return the land to us as far as the Jordan. As for the sacred cross, to you it is a bit of wood without value, but in our eyes it has a very great value. Will the Sultan have the graciousness to send it back to us?" After consulting with his emirs, Saladin answered, "Jerusalem is as much to us as it is to you, and has more value in our eyes, for it was the place of the Prophet's night journey to heaven, and will provide the place of assembly for our people at the judgment day. Do not think that we will give it up to you. The land was ours in the first place, and it is you who have come to attack it. If you were able to take it once, that was only by surprise and owing to the weakness of the Muslims who held it then. So long as the war will last, God will not permit you to raise stone upon stone there. As for the cross, its possession is a great advantage to us, and we cannot give it up except for some gain to Islam." And to his officers, the old Sultan spoke emphatically. If we make peace with these people down there, nothing will guarantee us against their bad faith. If I were to die, it would be difficult to get together such an army as this again. The best thing to do is to carry on the holy war until we have driven them out of the shore, or until we are struck down by death. Chapter 24. The Caravan. Summer came again to the Holy Land, the 5th summer since the yellow banners of the Sultan had been carried across the Jordan. Green were the foothills where the sentinel poplars stood, clear the streams that wound between dark cedars and shining rims of marl and red sandstone down to the lush grass where the sheep grazed and cloaked figures watched. The herds fattened upon the good grazing, and there was a sound of bees in the warm air. Only the figures of the men, alert in their watching, unwieldy in their iron sheathing, were sombre and intent upon the task of war that had been begun long since by forgotten grandsires, but had not yet been finished in this quiet land. Upon them lay the burden of the war, and they went on with it, turning aside from the fields that awaited the plough and the empty villages. It had become a part of them, as it had been a part of the vanished man of Antioch and the ghosts of Hattin. It gathered them in the shadow of the high walls, and sent them forth at night where no roads led. Down in the plain the Crusaders said, one man to the other, that a miracle had taken place in the sepulchre that Eastertide. Saladin had come to the sepulchre, to sit before the darkened tomb where the dark lamps hung, and a hand invisible had lighted the lamps before the eyes of the Muslims. Surely the lighting of the lamps had been a sign and a portent. Along the plain rode King Richard and his men. They stormed the fort of Darum and slew every Muslim within the walls. They rode on to the gardens of Gaza among the sand dunes. But there were whispers of messengers that summoned him home across the sea. His followers talked of a wrongdoing in England, of a composition between the Earl John and King Philip, by which he would lose England. Some said that he would go away, and others said that he would remain in the Holy Land to the end of the war. The Crusaders talked among themselves and agreed that if he went, they would still go on to Jerusalem. They rejoiced at that. Only the king was troubled by his thoughts. He meditated apart from his men, and flung himself alone upon his cot when his tent was pitched. At such a time one William of Poitou, a chaplain, beheld him. The chaplain walked back and forth before the tent entrance, not daring to speak to him, but weeping. The king called him in and spoke. "By thy faith, what grief makes thee weep?" "Sire," said the priest, "will you pledge me that you will not be angered if I speak?" Richard pledged his word, and the chaplain mustered his courage. "Sire, they blame you. Through the host runs the rumour of your return. May the day never come in which you will leave us. O king, remember what God hath done for you, for no king of this time hath suffered less harm. Remember when you were Count of Poitou, there was no neighbour so powerful your arm did not overthrow him. Remember the Brabazon you discomfited so often, and that good adventure at Hautefort when the Count of Saint-Gilles besieged it. Remember how your kingdom came to you without need of shield or helmet, and how you stormed the city of Messina, and that fine exploit at Cyprus when you put an emperor in chains, and the capture of Acre. How often hath God aided you? Think well, O king, and protect this land of God. All of those who love you say that if you leave it without aid, it will be lost and betrayed." Silence fell upon the tent, for those in attendance upon Richard dared not open their lips, and the king uttered no word. chin on hand, the red-haired king meditated, and the chaplain stole away. The next day the Lionheart summoned his herald and bade him go through the host before the gates of Ascalon, and proclaimed that for no earthly quarrel or any urging would King Richard leave the Holy Land until the coming Easter, and that all should make ready to march on Jerusalem. And the host exulted, tumultuous as birds at the dawning of day. "Now we shall see the sepulchre," men said. The great lords hastened to put their equipment in order. Then the small folk made up packs holding a month's provisions. A long column set out upon the road, and through the dust helmets gleamed above the shields emblazoned with devices of lions or flying dragons. The marching men made haste to Blanchegard and the ruined Toron of the knights, to the foothills and the hamlets of Beth-Nable, where they were joined by the French, at the mouth of the ravine through which winds the road to Jerusalem. Perforce they halted there, for the Moslem cavalry beset their patrols and attacked the baggage trains coming up from the coast. While the Earl of Leicester and the French engaged the enemy horsemen, the host set to work shaping timbers for siege engines. But Richard found something else to do. Into the camp at Beth-Nable rode 3 men in Turkish dress, 3 men born in Syria and speaking the language like Muslims. They were the king's spies, and they had come from Egypt with news. The first great caravan of the summer was on its way from Cairo into the east. They had watched it winding, an endless stream of camels bound nose to tail, of mounted warriors and laden donkeys, whole families with slaves and goods moving slowly across the dunes of the Jifar, circling far from Ascalon. Thousands of laden beasts, hundreds of armed men forging along the desert road down to the Dead Sea. By now they would be passing through the bare spurs of the hills south of Hebron. Richard lost not an hour in setting out. Choosing 1,000 riders and another 1,000 men-at-arms to sit the cruppers behind them, he mounted for Vel that evening and headed south. A full moon climbed over the bulwark of the hills, and for a while they rode in the shadow of the heights with a haze of light of the plain beside them. Solitary watchtowers gleamed white above them. But they had been seen. Muslim couriers galloped to Saladin, and the Sultan ordered an escort to hasten down to warn the men of the caravan and to lead it away from the trail out into the blind breast of the desert. His officers outstripped the Crusaders without sighting them, since they lay hidden in the ruined walls of a town during the next day, and reached the caravan. But with no danger in view, the Moslems of the caravan were reluctant to leave the road and its wells. At the end of the afternoon they camped by the well of El Kuwelfa, where the beasts were watered, the escort of warriors going out to pitch their tents a little in advance of the multitude of the caravan that surrounded the well. At Kuwelfa there was a cistern beside the well, but even with that it took long hours to water several thousand animals, and the caravan lay passive after its commander gave orders that no one was to start until the following morning. All this was related to Richard by some friendly Bedouins who had come to the ruined town with their tidings that evening. The English king thought they were lying, but he decided to go see for himself. Taking some turcoples for his only guard, and putting on an Arab headcloth, rings, and kufieh, he bade the Bedouins lead the way to the well. Cutting across the hills and riding swiftly, avoiding the watchtowers on the trails, they drew near El Kuwelfa after dark, but before the rising of the moon. They reined in their horses and went forward slowly, and almost at once they were challenged by Arabs on a hillock. The Bedouins motioned Richard to be silent, and one of them answered the outpost. "We went toward Ascalon to see if it was God's will that we should find plunder. Now we go back to our place." "Nay," cried the voice from the darkness, Ye have come out to look at us, and your place is with the King of England." "Ya Allah," the Bedouins swore, "that is a lie." They did not check their horses, moving on toward the black shape of the caravan. Several men mounted and rode after them, but lost them in the darkness, wherein scores of figures moved around the animals. Richard and his companions walked their horses around the bivouac until they made certain of the size and situation of the encampment. Then they hastened back to the Crusaders. The raiders fed their horses and ate a little themselves. In the clear moonlight they made their way out of the hills, approaching El Cuelfa in the murk before dawn. This was an hour that warmed Richard's heart. He divided his men into companies, bade the French follow on his heels, and the foot soldiers follow the knights. His herald went among them, warning the dark groups not to pause for any plundering. Headlong they charged into the first tents, which happened to be those of the armed escort, not the caravan. Egyptians and soldiers alike tumbled out of their sleeping robes and ran for their horses, to be cut down by the long swords of the knights. Some of them were able to saddle their beasts, and drew off toward a height where they held their ground. Meanwhile it grew light, and the Crusaders sighted the main caravan, turning their attention to it at once. The plain became a chaos of swerving horses and running men, frightened camels staggering up, roaring, and women screaming. Richard's Bedouins snatched loot by the armful, and the drivers joined forces with them. Through the confusion moved the armoured forms of the great English lords, the Earl of Leicester and the Knights of Anjou, for the fighting went on stubbornly until the sun rose and the mounted Muslims withdrew. They managed to take away under the eyes of the Crusaders 2 portions of the great caravan that had camped elsewhere. But the raiders found wealth under their hands, mule loads of spice and chests of gold and silver, with rolls of brocade, stands of weapons, and any amount of pavilions and fine cloths. They counted more than 4,000 camels and as many horses, and investigation yielded rare things indeed. Suits of silvered mail and chessboards, medicines and silver dishes. Most welcome of all was the great stock of provisions, barley, grain, and sugar. They took 500 prisoners and made them lead away the laden animals. When they returned to the army at Beth Nabla, they were greeted joyfully. But they heard ominous tidings. Spies reported that the Muslims had destroyed the wells and filled up the springs around Jerusalem. All the exultation of the raid left Richard, hemmed in again by these multitudes of men praying to be led toward Jerusalem, while the grim Templars shook their heads. He fell moody again, watching through the hours of the nights when the sluggish face of the moon reared above the black ravine, and the cool night air stirred. Up yonder hidden eyes watched in the shadows, and death lay in wait. Up yonder there was no water, by the walls of Jerusalem white in the moonlight. The very ledges of rock took shape in the night, rising like battlements before him, inanimate and forbidding. Chapter 25. Baha'ad-Din's Tale. Every move of the Crusaders was reported daily to Saladin by his spies and scouts. He knew that they were assembling at Beth Nabla to besiege Jerusalem, and he felt suspense growing among his own men, wearied as they were by the ordeal of Acre and the rout at Arsuf. Without respite he directed the work of preparation for the decisive conflict. In the saddle before sunup he watched his masons raising the walls. He divided the circuit of the walls among his amirs, while gangs of labourers hauled up stones for the engines. At times he even dismounted to go among them and carry stones himself. Baha'ad-Din relates, Everyone knows that in the land around Jerusalem it is useless to dig wells to find drinking water, the ground being nothing but a mountain of very hard rock. The Sultan was careful to cut off all the waters found around the holy city, to stop up the springs, to ruin the cisterns, and to break down the wells. There remained not a drop of water fit to drink outside the walls. He also sent the order in to all the provinces to hasten troops toward him. On the Wednesday after the loss of the caravan, the old Kurd called his emirs into council to announce to them his plan for the defense of Jerusalem. They thronged into his pavilion and seated themselves about the carpet, whispering together. Many faces were missing from the circle. Al-Adil, the shrewd and resourceful, had been sent to quell a revolt beyond the Euphrates, and Taqi ad-Din, who had been the sword arm of the Sultan, had been laid in his grave on the eastern frontier. When Saladin had held in his hand the letter announcing his death, he had sent away all the attendants from the tent, and had wept, fingering the broken seals of the missive. But El-Meshtub, commander of the Kurds, was back again, ransomed. At his coming, who had cost Saladin dear by the harsh terms of his surrender, the Sultan, instead of reproaching him, had risen from his seat to take him in his arms, saying that he had endured more than any of them at Acre. Meshtub was seated again with the newcomers. Abul Hijjah, the fat, who could barely move once he was down on his heels, and the lean Turkomans from the east. Asad ad-Din, the veteran, was there, and Baha ad-Din, who, from his master's side, scanned the ring of faces intently. Saladin, leaning toward the Cadi, bade him speak for a little on the war, and while the learned man was talking, Saladin mustered his thoughts, knowing well that these chieftains were balancing between zeal for his cause and dread, for they feared that a siege of Jerusalem would be a second Acre, and they longed to keep to the open country. What followed is told by Baha ad-Din. The Sultan remained silent some time in the attitude of a man who reflects, and we respected his silence. The emirs seemed to be in the best of moods, but their inner feelings were very different. They said to a man that the presence of the Sultan in Jerusalem would be no advantage, and might be a peril for Islam, that they would hold Jerusalem themselves while he kept the outer country, as at Acre, to surround the Franks. Then he spoke. The praise to God. Today you are the only army of Islam. Only you are capable of confronting adversaries such as we have now before us. If you withdraw, may it not please God, the enemy will roll up the country as you would roll up a leaf of parchment. On you alone depends the safety of the Muslims everywhere. I have spoken. El-Meshtub then took the word. By God, I swear that while I live, I will not cease to aid thee. Others answered likewise, and this cheered the spirit of the Sultan. He had the customary supper served, and after that everyone retired. Thursday ended in great preparation and bustle. In the evening we attended again upon our prince, and watched with him a part of the night, but he was not at all communicative. We made the last prayer, which was also the signal for all of us to retire. I was going out with the others when he recalled me, so I sat down again at his side, and he asked me if I had heard the latest news. I answered no. Today I have had a communication, he said, from Abul Hijjah. The emirs and Mamluks held a gathering in his quarters and blamed us for wishing to shut ourselves up in the city. They said that everyone would undergo the fate of Acre, while all the outer country would fall to our enemies. They think it would be better to risk a ranged battle. Then, if God gave us victory, we would be the masters. If defeated, we would lose Jerusalem, but the army would be saved. The letter also contained this clause: "If you wish us to remain in the city, stay with us, or else leave a member of your family, for the Kurds would never obey the Turks, and otherwise the Turks would no longer obey the Kurds." Knowing by this that they did not intend to remain in the city, the Sultan had a grieving at his heart. He had for Jerusalem an attachment that can hardly be conceived, and this message caused him pain. I spent that night with him. It was the eve of Friday in the dry season, and no person other than God made a third with us. We decided to place in the city his great-nephew, son of Farrukh Shah and lord of Baalbek. At first he thought of shutting himself up in the holy city. We watched and prayed together. At daybreak he was still awake, and I begged him to take an hour's rest. I went out to my quarters, but had no sooner arrived than I heard the muezzin call to prayer, and for a while I made the necessary rinsings in water, since the day was beginning to break. As I sometimes made the morning prayer with the Sultan, I went back to him and found him finishing his ablutions. "I have not slept a single moment," he said to me. "I know that." "How could you know it?" "Because I have not slept myself. There was not time." After making the prayer together, I said to him, "An idea has come to me. May I submit it to you?" He replied, "Speak." "O my lord, thou art overwhelmed with cares. Today is Friday, in which all prayer is threefold effective, and here we are in a most suitable spot. Let the Sultan make the ablutions with bowings and prostrations, and confide the keys of his problem to the hand of the Lord." For the Sultan believed sincerely in all the tenets of the faith, and submitted himself without misgiving to the divine wisdom. I left him then, but afterward, when the hour arrived, I made the prayer beside him in the mosque of Al-Aqsa, and I saw him make 2 bowings and prostrate himself, murmuring in a low voice. I saw the tears drip upon his grizzled beard and fall to the prayer rug. In the evening of the same day I resumed my usual attendance upon him, and at that time a dispatch arrived from Jodic, who commanded the advance guard confronting the Franks. We read these words: "All the army of the enemy has just drawn up, mounted on the crest of the hill, and then retired to its camp. We have just sent spies to find out what is happening." Saturday morning another dispatch came in, reading as follows: "Our spy has just come back and tells us that a dispute divides the enemy, some wishing to push on to the holy city, and others intending to return to their own territory. The French insist on marching upon Jerusalem. We have left our own land," they said, "to regain the holy city, and we will not return without taking it." To that the King of England replied, "From this point on, all the springs have been destroyed, so there is no water left near the city. Where, then, can we water our horses?" Someone pointed out that they could have water at Taqwa, a stream which runs about a parasang from Jerusalem. "How," said the king, "could we water our beasts there?" "We will divide the army," they replied, "into 2 bodies, one of which will mount and ride off to the watering place, while the other remains near the city to carry on the siege, and every one will go once a day to Tequah. When one part of the army goes to drink with its animals, the garrison of the city will sally out and attack the others who remain," the king answered, "and that will end it." They decided finally to choose among the best-known men 300 persons who would in turn pass on their powers to a dozen individuals who would then choose 3 to decide the question. and they spent the night waiting for the decision of the three. On the next morning we received another message. The Franks had broken camp and were on their way back to Ramlach. Saladin had triumphed, and Richard had failed, without giving battle. And the reason for this was that the Lionheart, the mightiest man of them all in single combat, became helpless when he took command of the army. Chapter 26. Saladin strikes. The pliant steel of Saladin's patience had broken the iron courage of the Crusaders. As iron snaps asunder, the army broke up into fragments once it had turned its back upon the hills of Jerusalem. Angered past reconciliation, the French went off to the north. The pilgrims and masterless men trailed down to Jaffa, while the Italian soldiery hastened to their citadels of trade along the coast, and only the Templars and Hospitallers remained to guard the new wall of Ascalon. Richard at once went to Acre, as a man hurries from a long ordeal. His thoughts he kept to himself. Beyond doubt he was impatient to embark for England, where he was sorely needed, and had only lingered this long because the Crusaders had insisted on marching to Jerusalem. So long as they turned their faces toward the holy city, the pride of the Lionheart would not let him forsake them. Now, with failure accepted, his hands were free. As a boy casts aside a once cherished toy for a new plaything, he started toward the sea. Not before he had done two mad things. In solemn conference he approved a plan to march against Cairo after his departure, promising the aid of some 3,000 English and Normans, although even the minstrel Ambrose saw the hopelessness of such a move, and impatiently he sent envoys to find Al-Adil and bid the Sultan's brother make terms for the Crusaders. Still he clung to the hope of fair terms, saying that he would not relinquish half-ruined Ascalon, and on his way to embark, after joining the Queen's at Acre, he ordered his own followers to make ready to take ship for Beirut, to win this fertile northern port for the Crusaders. He paid no heed to the jibes of the French, or to the song they sang in the taverns, for they made up a song about a coward and a king that stung the pride of the red-haired warrior. So matters were when Saladin seized his opportunity. He roused his emirs, shook them from the inertia of the year's defensive caution, and launched his horsemen straight down from Jerusalem to Jaffa. They came like a sword thrust out of the night, 20,000 mounted men with siege engines on camel and mule-back, and an exulting mass of Arabs clinging to their flanks. They drove the surprised Crusaders from the fields and suburbs and started to pound with rocks and iron javelins at the gate of the wall toward Jerusalem. Some 5,000 Christian men-at-arms were penned within the wall, and in the tumult they manned their defences sturdily, while a ship sped to Richard at Acre with tidings of the attack. The first rush of the Muslims was beaten back, and the sharp check cooled the spirits of the Turkomans, who had no sympathy with sieges. It needed all Saladin's urging to drive them to the assault, and for 3 days the Sultan's mangonels gnawed at the gate, until it was broken down, and a breach of 2 lance lengths opened in the wall beside it. Then the Muslims scented victory, and flung themselves at the gap under a storm of arrows, their long scimitars swinging and crashing into the close ranks of the Crusaders. Climbing over bodies and broken stones, the exultant Mamluks forced the breach, and drove the Christians through the streets, up the slope to the little citadel on a rocky height above the sand of the shore. After them swarmed the Turkoman clans and the Arabs, nearly maddened by the rich plunder around them in dwellings and shops. Beating in the door of a monastery, the Muslims fell to hacking the bodies of the monks, killing them slowly to enjoy their torture. A church was ransacked and burned, and smoke poured up from the alleys where the looters snatched and screamed. They were beyond all control of their officers. Finding wine casks in the houses, they beat in the heads of the casks and let the wine run underfoot. They forced captive women and children to drive the herds of swine together in one place, and then left the bodies of the Christians strewn among the carcasses of the abominated swine. Some of the fugitives climbed into boats drawn up on the grey sand of the shore, while others struggled to launch the boats. Alberic of Rheims, the commander of Jaffa, tried to escape in one of these vessels, but his knights pulled him back and led him up to a tower of the citadel. Few survived here, some 2,000 it seems, and their situation was the more hazardous because the wall of the citadel had not been entirely rebuilt before the Muslim attack. Alberic of Rheims saw no hope for them. "We can do nothing here except give up our lives," he said. The patriarch, a gigantic man who had escaped the contagion of fear, had sterner stuff in him. He rallied the people, reminding them that a ship had been sent to Acre for aid 3 days ago. If the assistance did not come, they could beg Saladin for terms. Saladin tried to restore order among his looters and to launch a fresh attack on the grey stone wall of the citadel. Baha ad-Din explains. The soldiers would not obey him, though he did not cease urging them until a late hour of the night. Then, perceiving that they were harassed by heat and fighting and smoke to the point of stupor, he mounted his horse and returned to his tent, which was pitched near the baggage trains. There the officers who were on duty rejoined him, and I went to get some sleep in my tent. But it was impossible to sleep. I was so troubled by misgiving. At daybreak we heard trumpets sound among the Franks, and we thought that aid had come for them. The Sultan sent for me and said, "Reinforcements must have come for them by sea. But enough Muslim troops are on the shore to keep anyone from debarking. Here is what must be done. Go and find the Malik el-Dahir, and tell him to place himself outside the southern gate. You will enter the citadel with some men of your choice and induce the Franks to pass out. You will take possession of all valuables and arms you find there." I went off at once, taking Shams ad-Din with me, and I found the Malik el-Dahir on the hill near the sea with the advanced guard. He slept in his coat of loose mail and mail hood, ready for combat. When I woke him, he got up at once, half asleep, and mounted his horse, while I accompanied him to the place where he was to await the Sultan's orders. There he made me explain what I planned to do. With my men I then entered the town of Jaffa, and on reaching the citadel we called to the Franks to come out. They replied that they would do so, and began making preparations. Just as they started out, Aziz ad-Din remarked that they must not be allowed out until we had removed the Muslim soldiers from the town, or they would be pillaged. Jordik then tried to drive back our men by great blows of his baton, but as they were no longer under the control of their officers or in ranks, he found it impossible to make them go out. He kept on struggling with the mob against my remonstrance until it was full daylight. Seeing how the time had passed, I said to him, "Reinforcements are drawing nearer to the Franks, and the only thing for us to do is to hasten the evacuation of the citadel. That is what the Sultan insisted upon." Then he consented to do what I asked. We went to the gate of the citadel nearest the spot where the Malik al-Dahir waited. Here we managed to pass out 49 Franks with their horses and women and sent them away. But then those who remained in the citadel took it into their heads to resist us. By now the relieving fleet had drawn near, and everyone could count the ships, and the garrison prepared to resume fighting. We saw them putting on mail and seizing their shields. Seeing matters take this turn, I descended from my knoll near the gate and went to warn Aziz ad-Din, who was posted below with some troops. A moment later I was out of the town and with the Malik, who sent me to the Sultan to inform him of what was happening. he ordered a trumpeter to blow the call to arms. The drums rolled the recall, and our soldiers hastened in from all parts of the country to join in the conflict. They closed in on the town and the citadel. The Franks of the garrison, finding that no aid was coming from the ships, believed death inevitable. King Richard was in command of the galleys that drifted beyond the swell of the Jaffa beach. The galley, bearing word of the Moslem attack, had reached the harbour of Acre in the evening, while he was in his tent making the last preparations for embarking with his followers for Beirut, and then for Europe. The messengers had come before him without ceremony, crying that Jaffa was taken, and a remnant of the Christians besieged in the citadel, and that all would be lost unless aid reached them at once. "As God lives," Richard had answered, "I will go there." And go he did, in spite of obstacles, for some of the army was already at Beirut, and the French refused point-blank to march again under his standard. The Templars and Hospitallers agreed to go to Jaffa by land, only to be held up on the way by Moslem ambush. Richard boarded his galleys with the Earl of Leicester and those stalwarts, his constant companions, Andrew of Chauvigny and the Priou Knights. With some hundreds of men-at-arms and volunteers from among the Genoese and Pisan bowmen, he put to sea, only to be held back for 2 days by contrary winds off the Carmel headland. They reached the Jaffa beach in the night, and waited to see what story the dawn would tell. When the mists cleared and the sun blazed above the distant hills, they saw nothing to cheer them. The beach was filled with Arabs and Turks who were obviously settled there. Above the line of sand, smoke eddied from the low grey wall of the city, 1/2 mile from them. In the palm groves near the wall stood Muslim pavilions. Only Muslim banners could be made out. No sign of any kind was visible on the fortress or its low bluff over the sand. The galleys moved in closer. Richard, standing with his knights under the red awning of the stern, scanned the line of the shore and turned to his companions. "Sir Knights," he said briefly, "what shall we do? Go away or land?" To try to force their way ashore in the face of Saladin's army seemed to them out of the question, and they said so. They believed that all the people of the castle had been killed. At this moment, the survivors of the citadel were actually calling to them, but the sound of the voices was drowned by the pulse of the swell and the taunting cries of the Arabs. "Allah Akbar, Allah Allahu," so Baha ad-Din says. Then a black figure dropped from the wall of the citadel to the sand of the beach below. It fell, but got up again, and ran through the Muslims to the edge of the swell. Plunging into the water, it swam toward the nearest galley, which moved in and picked it up. The swimmer proved to be a priest of the garrison, and he was taken at once to the long red galley over which the king's banner floated. Panting and dripping, the messenger flung himself on his knees before the king. "Sire, the people who await you here are lost if you do not aid them." "What?" Richard demanded. "Are any living yonder? Where are they?" "Some of them live, shut in the towers." Richard looked at his companions. "Messiahs, damned be he who hangs back." He ordered his vessel to row in, while the half-naked seamen on the benches looked each at the other askance. The long oars rose and dipped. The red galley with the dragon-head prow slipped into the line of the swell, and the others followed after. On the sideboards, the English men-at-arms buckled tight their belts, thrusting their arms through the slips of the shields, and freed the swords in their sheaths. The red galley was the first to grate upon the sand. It lurched and rolled in the swell, while the Muslims yelled their hatred, and the swarthy Italian shipmen crossed themselves and snatched up bows and axes. Richard gave no more orders, and tarried not to bring any reason into the madness of this landfall. He jumped over the side, waist deep in the water. He still wore his ship slippers with no other armour than a mail shirt and a steel cap. On his shoulder he gripped a crossbow, and his long sword hung at his side. Wading through the swell, he began to shoot bolts at the Moslems, with Peter of Priou and another knight beside him. When they came out of the water, they drew their swords, lashing about them under the arrows that the shipmen plied from the prow. Recognizing the king, the Moslems in front of him gave back hastily, while the English hastened forward to form a shield ring about him. Other galleys were running up on the beach, the crews casting beams and benches ashore. Men caught these up and carried them forward, lugging the small skiffs and riff-raff of the beach into a barricade of sorts. But Richard was not within the barricade. Taking a shield from a man, he ran across the beach to a postern gate in the wall, and a stair that he remembered led to the Templar's house. With his knights clattering after him, he leaped up the stair, and the Arab looters of the alleys yelled in amazement at sight of the dripping figure that strode among them. Richard cleared the alleys and pounded at a gate of the citadel until the garrison became aware of him. By then his galleys held the beach, and his men were streaming up the Templar's stair. His banner went up on the tower of the citadel. The knights of the garrison took new heart at his coming. They sallied forth and began to drive the disorganized Muslims toward the gates of the outer town. Baha'u'ddin relates, "Then, charging in a mass on our men, they drove them out of the town. The gate was so clogged by the fleeing that many lost their lives. A throng of pillagers who followed the army had lingered in some churches occupied with deeds that should not be mentioned. The Franks forced their way in and killed them and made them prisoners. This all happened under my eyes in less than an hour. As I was mounted, I set off at a gallop to advise the Sultan, whom I found with the 2 envoys before him, and holding in his hand the pen with which he was about to write the letter of grace. I whispered to him what had happened, and without commencing to write, he began to talk to them to distract their attention. Some seconds later, Muslims came up, fleeing before the enemy. Seeing them, he cried out to his men to seize the envoys and to mount their horses." Richard's quick action had wrought something like a miracle. On his heels, the men from the galleys had been able to break into the waterfront of Jaffa before the disciplined portion of Saladin's troops could come up to oppose them. The rout of the Muslims in the streets had thoroughly disorganized the army outside, forcing Saladin to draw back in haste to the nearest hills to take stock of the situation. Richard and his crossbowmen pursued as best they could with the 3 horses they managed to pick up in the town. The bolts of the crossbows followed the Muslims for 2 miles, and that night Richard pitched his tent where Saladin's pavilion had been. Word of the arrival of Malik Rik spread over the countryside, and when quiet had fallen around Jaffa in the evening, some of the old Mamluks and chieftains like Dolderim went back to the Christian lines out of curiosity to see this king who had dared land in the face of an army. They came in peace and were taken to the royal tent, where Richard cried them a welcome. They found him still in his mail shirt, seated on his pallet amid a mass of arms and gear. Around the great tallow candles stood the tall figures of his knights. Wine goblets had been emptied and filled again many times, while the ruddy warrior king laughed at the happenings of the day. Nothing could have pleased him more than the appearance of the dark Muslim lords in armour and ceremonious khalats. He greeted them, called them by name. "Why did the Sultan leave at my coming?" he demanded. "By God, I did not come armed for serious fighting. Look, I still have on no shoes but ship sandals." Again he exclaimed, "By the great God, I did not think he could take Jaffa in 2 months, and here he carried it in 2 days." After thinking a moment, he gave them a message for Saladin. "Tell him I have no wish to be a pharaoh over this land. Will he sacrifice all the Muslims to keep me out? I renounce the claims I made to Al-Adil. Let the Sultan grant me but one church, and I will return him the like." To this, upon the next day, Saladin made grave response. "The king has made himself master of all these cities, yet he knows well that if he goes away, they will fall into our power. If it seems a simple matter for him to stay the winter here, far from his own country, is it not more easy for me? I have around me my family and my children. Moreover, I am now an old man, no longer having a taste for the pleasures of the world. I have renounced all such. As for my troops, the men I have round me in the winter are replaced by others in the summer. In the end, I believe that my actions will be accounted as true devotion, and I shall not cease to hold to this line of conduct until God grants the victory to him to whom he is pleased to grant it." Behind these words might be perceived a hope that Richard would leave the coast, and a dread that he would stay. Saladin's will to hold out was steadfast as ever, but he was labouring with the disorganization among his men. Under no other circumstances, perhaps, would he have agreed to the plan to seize Richard that his men were now forming. In the interval arrived Henry of Champagne, with a single galley and a few knights. He brought word that the rest were checked by the Moslems holding the shore. Richard had now at Jaffa some 55 knights with several hundred men-at-arms and 2,000-odd bowmen, Genoese and Pisans among them. But he had no more than 15 horses. With this semblance of an army, he lay outside Jaffa facing the Moslems. He had landed on Saturday. It was Tuesday night that a detachment of Turks from Aleppo and one of the Kurdish clans started forth to penetrate his camp and carry him off. Chapter 27. Richard's Farewell. Darkness covered the earth, blurring the outlines of the squat fig trees and the shaggy palms against the sky where the stars were fading. Dogs barked from time to time in the distance. Along the beach behind the camp, the swell sighed gently. Beside the tents, a church tower loomed. Among the tents, men sprawled on cloaks, breathing heavily. There were no campfires, and the young moon had slipped out of sight long since. Sentries who had paced the hard ground idly in the earlier hours of the night now leaned on their spears, or sat beneath the screen of the trees where the water bags dripped, and tried not to snore. A young Genoese got up from the ground, yawned and spat. Stepping over the huddled bodies around him, he walked between the tents, lifting his feet drowsily over the cords that had been tightened by the dampness of the night. He walked out into a trampled field in which tufted artichokes had been growing not long since. He squatted down, blinking indifferently at the sky, now turning grey. Somewhere horses moved with a shuffling sound, and he heard the mutter of men's voices. But there were no horses afoot in the camp. Down in the murk toward the hills, dull gleams appeared and vanished, and he watched them. Then he heard a faint clinking of metal, and a cold chill passed over his skin. The dim flashing yonder under the lightning sky came from polished helmets, and men and horses were moving toward the camp. The Genoese ran back toward the tents, shouting, "Arms! Arms!" Sentries called out questions, and the nearest sleepers roused. The Genoese ran on, stumbling over the ropes, and tall figures came from the tents to question him. An order was given, and a horn blared. Knights ran up, pulling mail coifs over their heads and knotting sword girdles about their hips. Some of them had not stopped to don breeches or hose, and their legs shone white in the murk. King Richard appeared among them in full mail, his Danish axe swinging in his hand. A horse was led up, and he mounted hastily. The quiet Earl of Leicester and his companions followed his example without ado. There were only 10 horses, and in the darkness a man took what he found. Even these makeshift chargers, sorry nags, some of them, which did not know a lance from a cart pole, were better than no horses. The sky lightened in the east with the first yellow of sunrise. Men said that Muslims were advancing in squadrons, slowly. Either they had heard the Christians rouse out, or they did not like to charge until they could see something. Beyond the church, on the other side of the town, the horns of the Genoese and Pisans sounded. Richard had Normans and English with him. Under his sharp commands they ranged themselves in a half-circle, spreading from the church to the shore. The men of the outer rank went down on their right knees, holding their shields slanting from the ground in their left hands. Their right hands held their lances, the butts wedged into the ground, the iron heads pointing outward. Between every pair of lances a crossbowman took his place, with another standing behind him to load an extra piece and pass it forward to him. Along their rank rode King Richard, outlined against the red dawn, and they heard his deep voice. "Stand fast, valiant men. Do not give ground, for the enemy are round us, and to flee is to die." His voice went away, and the Moslems charged with a sudden burst of sound and a trampling of hoofs on the hard ground. They came direct for the red banner of the lion, and the crossbows whirred in their faces. The horses crashed into the spears, and the clatter of swords was heard. The charge did not break the sturdy spearmen, and the Moslems wheeled off. Other waves charged, but under the sting of the iron bolts they turned and galloped along the front, plying their bows. Richard had not the patience to endure this for long. He led out his 10 horsemen against the clans with spears down. The heavier knights beat a way through the Kurds, and Richard found himself beyond them. Looking around, he saw the Earl of Leicester on foot, fighting with his sword. Richard galloped over to him and covered him until he could mount a riderless horse. The melee grew thick about them, and some Turks overthrew and disarmed the Knight of Morleon. They were carrying him off a prisoner when the king saw them and charged them, lashing about him with his great axe until de Morleon was free and among his own men. The Moslems drew off, and the sun flooded the plain with light. For a while there was a pause while the two sides ranged themselves anew. And in this quiet an unarmed Turk rode up, holding high his right arm, and gripping in his left the reins of 2 fine horses ready saddled. He was allowed into the lines, and led to the knights, to whom he explained that the horses were a gift from Al-Adil to the English king. The Sultan's brother had seen that Richard was poorly mounted. "Sire," his knights cried, "do not ride either of them. There is evil in this, and they will bear you off to the Moslems." For answer, Richard swung himself into the saddle of one of the chargers. "If Satan sent me a good horse this day," he said, "I would ride him." And he ordered a purse to be given to the messenger. By mid-morning the battle was going badly for the Christians. Saladin's mounted bowmen drove at them, first at one place, then at another. The men-at-arms stood their ground, but the galley-men drifted back to the ships, away from the missiles. Some of the Genoese ran into the town, and behind them the Moslem horse penetrated the gaps in the city wall. When Richard heard of this, he rode back into Jaffa, taking with him 2 knights and a couple of archers. He dared not withdraw more men from the thin line of the Normans and English. Trotting through the narrow streets among the fugitives, he came full upon 3 Turks who had bright caparisons on their horses. He dug his spurs into the Arab charger and struck down one of the Moslems with his sword, knocking a second man from the saddle. The third fled, and the archers caught the 2 horses. Seeing the king, some seamen trailed after him, and Richard fairly cleared the streets with a growing queue of retainers behind him. This done, he seized the moment of quiet to circle down to the beach, sending his new followers into the galleys to rout out the malingerers. When the ships were cleared, he upbraided the throng, telling off 5 men to guard each vessel. With the rest, he went back into the city, mustering wounded and unarmed men to pile stones within the breaches of the crumbling wall. Then he led the fugitives out to the fighting line. Here he dared not rest. The Moslems were still attacking. With his dozen horsemen, Richard sallied out and broke up a charge. Still he pressed on, his great sword swinging over his head. He left his companions and went forward, disappearing among the Moslems. Some Turks closed around him, and he beat them off. A single officer charged him at a gallop, bending low in the saddle, his round shield raised and his scimitar swinging. As he came, he mocked those who hung back before the king. "Make way," he shouted. "O dogs, make way for a man." Richard saw him and wheeled his charger, rising in his stirrups to strike once with his sword. The long blade split the light shield and bit through the man's throat, turning against the bones of his chest. With the head, the Muslim's shoulder and arm flew off, and his body dropped lifeless to the ground. Shouting their dismay, the others drew back before the iron rider who could not be overthrown. They shot arrows at him and launched javelins as he passed among them. But one man among so many is no easy mark. From the whirling horses and the dust clouds, Richard emerged again into the view of his men, with javelins sticking in his mail and the leather caparisоning of his horse pierced with arrows. No longer did the Moslems attack with spirit. Richard seemed to them invulnerable, and to go against his sword was surely death. They could not break the line of the Christians again, and when Saladin gave the order for another onset, his riders sat their horses motionless and sullen. Snatching up his rein, the Sultan rode among them, but their eyes were elsewhere. From the line of spearmen, Richard had appeared anew. Into the cleared ground between Christian and Moslem he trotted, lance uplifted, and from left to right he rode slowly down the Moslem front, and no man dared go out against him. When Saladin cried to them again to charge, only the Malik, his son, responded. When the old Sultan motioned him back, some of the emirs laughed, and the brother of Meshtub shouted, "Make your young officers charge. Call them forth, who struck us the day of the taking of Jaffa and stole the loot from our men." Saladin looked about him and gave the order to retire, riding off with his Mamluks to his own tent. Richard had saved Jaffa, but in the next days, overwearied, he fell ill with many of his people. In the heat and stench of the town that was little better than a shambles, men died swiftly, and the king did not get back his strength. They carried him up to Acre, where he ordered Count Henry and the masters of the temple and hospital to his couch. They came with grave faces. At Jerusalem, Saladin had found new reinforcements, trained Mamluks from Egypt. The malcontents had been sent away, the army whipped into shape for a new blow against the weakening Crusaders. The French had moved south, but were camped at Caesarea, determined not to fight under Richard's banner. The whole line of the coast was open to attack, with no more than 100 knights to be relied upon to obey Richard. The king, wasted by the fever, knew that he could not take the saddle again for weeks. "Bid Al-Adil from me," he said, "to make what terms he can for us. Anything but the surrender of Ascalon." He had struck his last blow in the Holy Land. Humphrey of Torun and the veteran lords of the land went to Saladin's camp, and there agreed upon the terms of peace with Al-Adil. For Saladin, still desiring final victory, knew that his troops were weary of the war, and that no gain could come by fighting on. "I fear to make peace," he said to Baha ad-Din, "for I know not what will happen if I die." The terms were simple, each side keeping in effect what it held at the time. The Christians became acknowledged masters of the coast from Tyre to Jaffa, including, of course, Acre. This meant that they kept also the neighbouring villages in the plain midway to the foothills. Ramlah, on the pilgrim road from Jaffa to Jerusalem, was to be held mutually, and no taxes were to be placed on merchandise going and coming across the new frontier. In this clause, and in the long dispute over Ascalon, the hand of the Italian merchants is to be seen. Christian pilgrims were to be free to journey up to Jerusalem without paying tribute, under the protection of the Sultan. Richard had to yield Ascalon. At least the fortifications of the city were to be torn down, and the place left open, without being held by either side for 3 years. And a truce was agreed upon for 3 years from the coming Easter, which meant more nearly 4 years. Al-Adil rode down with the chieftains of the Crusaders to hear the Christians take the oath at Acre. It was Wednesday, the 2nd of September, in this year 1192, that Count Henry, Humphrey of Toron, Balian of Ibelin, and the masters of the military orders gathered in the small stone-flagged room beside the sick chamber of the king. Under Al-Adil's eyes a written parchment lay upon the table where candles stood to give a better light than the dim embrasure. In their court surcoats, the Christian lords who were now to be masters of this strip of coast came forward and signed the parchment, or made their mark, and swore upon their faith to keep the new peace. Then the parchment was carried in to Richard, and a priest began to read over the written words. The sick king, who knew of the conditions, lifted his hand impatiently, bidding the reader cease. "I give my word and my faith," he said, and turned his head away from them. He had sworn to them that when the truce ended he would return to the Holy Land with new forces to renew the war. The next day Saladin swore to the peace before his emirs, asking only that Bohemond, Prince of Antioch, and the Count of Tripoli agree also to the terms, which they hastened to do thereafter. On that day Muslim officers rode into the streets and marketplaces of Jerusalem and announced that peace was made, that Jerusalem was safe in the hands of Islam, and that Muslims could go where they willed among the Christians. Drums beat by the gates, and the throngs sat in joyful talk. Venturesome souls wandered down into the Christian camps. Warriors from the east left their outposts and rode among the weary men-at-arms who had left Europe long months before. The men-at-arms were drinking wine, well content to hear that the war had ceased. New faces appeared on the highways, and already the Christian priests and barons were making ready to journey up to Jerusalem to visit the sepulchre. Richard would not go. He would not go as a pilgrim to the sepulchre that he had sworn to redeem with his sword. What were his thoughts as he lay on his pallet, hearkening to the stir and bustle of his nobles making ready for the ride to Jerusalem? Did he remember that his unbridled spirit had estranged the other leaders of the crusade until, one after the other, they left him? He should have healed the quarrels, not embittered them. And Jerusalem, could he have taken the holy city if he had pressed on that last summer? Under his leadership the crusade had failed. No man could wield sword or lance so well as he, and surely he had not spared himself hurt or hazard in this venture. But when he took command of the armed host, he became helpless. Even the success at Arsuf had not been his doing. He had tried to treat with Saladin when he should have advanced with the army, and when at long last he stood at Bethnabla within a ride of the holy city, he might have treated to advantage instead of withdrawing. he had failed. And yet long would the Muslims remember Malik Rik, and never would minstrel or soldier forget how Richard had waded ashore at Jaffa in the face of an army, or how thereafter, almost single-handed, he had held thousands at bay, from the rising to the setting of the sun. Almost he had won there with his sword the victory that he had forfeited by his feckless leadership. Almost. Heedless and arrogant, lovable and utterly brave, the lion-heart lay on his pallet in Acre town, and thought of this not at all. He played with his hawks, or listened to a new lay of the minstrel Blondel, impatient of Berengaria's ministrations, eager only for the hour when he could put to sea and set his face toward a new venture. Such is the Richard revealed to us by the chronicles of his crusade. Not the legendary Richard, ever victorious, and not the Richard drawn by Scott, high-strung, dominant, yet always hampered by the jealousy and treachery of the princes his allies. And still the portrait is not complete, and the riddle of his actions remains to be explained. When Richard landed upon the coast of Acre, it is clear that he was assured and confident, even to carelessness. He had so borne himself at Messina and Cyprus. At Acre he chafed under delay, and he thrust aside the other commanders deliberately, estranging them or overruling them until he himself held sole command. He sent jesting messages to Saladin and ordered the massacre of the Muslim captives who were actually hostages. Between that massacre on August the 20th and his first conference with Al-Adil on September the 5th, his whole bearing changed. The careless and confident warrior became the cautious and moody king. Consider his actions during those 2 weeks. He is in unquestioned command at last, yet his march toward Jaffa becomes slower and slower, owing to the testudo-like formation in which he has placed his men. At Arsuf he forbids irritably the Hospitallers to make a countercharge, yet when that charge begins involuntarily, he throws aside all restraint and gets to the head of it himself. But the next day he declines to resume the battle. Although he had hoped to march on at once to Ascalon, he delays at Jaffa and delays again. He fortifies Jaffa and indulges in magnificent but useless knight-errantry, while the months pass and he importunes the Sultan almost petulantly for terms. When the army itself twice begins the march to Jerusalem, he is the first to insist upon a retreat. He fortifies Ascalon and garrisons every little hill tower he can reach. No general was ever more eager to entrench himself and more reluctant to attack. His only hope of defeating Saladin and gaining Jerusalem lay in taking the offensive, and this he did not attempt. When the French nobles reminded him that the sole purpose of the crusade was an advance upon Jerusalem, Richard answered by pointing out the difficulties in the way. He even insisted on them in the last bitter argument. Why? What had changed the debonair Coeur de Lion into the timid general? Not the disheartening tidings from England. Richard had already twice hazarded the fortunes of his new kingdom to aid in the crusade, once when he exhausted the resources of England to outfit his expedition, and again when he remained in Palestine after Philip sailed back to France, and the urgent appeal to return to England did not reach him until April 1192. Modern historians, both French and English, have observed that Richard was unfit to hold high command. Incapacity alone, however, does not explain his actions. A foolish or ignorant commander may sacrifice his men or throw away his army, but he does not entrench and safeguard his men and communications. Richard sacrificed the chance of victory for minor successes until the last. There is an explanation of the riddle of Richard's conduct. In justice to the memory of a gallant man, it should be brought forward. Until he landed at Acre, the English king had been accustomed only to the feudal warfare of France, with its raid and siege carried on by the ill-disciplined and scanty feudal levies of the princes. The moment he set out from Acre to march to Java at the head of a great army, Richard was confronted by the problems of the Grande Guerre, the war of armies manoeuvring over open and strange country, with the fate of the crusade hanging upon each battle. It seems to the present writer that the English king realized then his unfitness to command in such a war. He could not relinquish the command. He had sought it deliberately at Acre. His reputation and his exalted rank prevented him from yielding it to an inferior, and there remained no man of princely rank to whom he could have surrendered it, even Conrad, the ablest commander of the allies, having withdrawn in anger to Tyre. He was helpless to accomplish anything, but he could not resign his leadership, nor could he alter the intent of the mass of the Crusaders, who had their hearts set on Jerusalem, blindly, at all hazards. So Richard became afraid, not of personal peril, but of disgrace and disaster. Unable to turn back, he must go on, knowing that his unfitness to command made every movement hazardous. The antipathy of Conrad, the growing insubordination of the French, who realized his failing, and the bad news from England, all made his position more intolerable, and the blind devotion of the common soldiers, who looked upon him as a matchless leader, only added to his mental torment. The proof of this may lie in his own words, in answer to the French when the army was nearest Jerusalem, as given by the chronicler de Vansouf. "You will not see me as leader when it would be folly to press on, and disgrace to me. If it please you to proceed to Jerusalem, I will accompany you as comrade, but not as commander. I will follow, but I will not lead you." We will never know Richard's thoughts in this crisis. His brief letters home only mentioned events such as Arsuf, and he confided apparently in no one. Perhaps he never understood that he had ruined the chances of the crusade by his refusal to content himself with the leadership of the English contingent and to cooperate with Philip and Conrad. But it is significant that, at the end, he would not visit Saladin and set foot within Jerusalem, the two things that he had most longed for after his failure. What he decided to do in his dilemma is pitifully clear. He determined to avoid battle with Saladin and to safeguard the army at all costs, while he risked his own life in reckless efforts to gain some advantage with a handful of men. Always on such forays he was in high spirits, while in the camp he became moody and uncertain. He shunned his headquarters deliberately and kept himself as much as possible beyond the protection of his own lines. It may have been that, realizing his failure, he sought death under arms. Only once did the need of the army fit in with his own knight-errantry. That was when Saladin came down on Jaffa. Richard's response was instant, and his almost childish enthusiasm afterward was unmistakable. The riddle of Richard puzzled Al-Adil and Baha-ad-Din at times, but Saladin understood the warrior king. It was with a twofold meaning that the Sultan said, "If I should be fated to lose the Holy Land, I would rather lose it to Malik Rik than to any other." He admired Richard's courage, while he perceived his inability to command. But Saladin was not to relinquish the Holy Land. All the armed power of Christendom, with a sacrifice of nearly 200,000 men, had won back only a fragment of his conquests, and not one of the holy places. Although he did not realize it, the truce that Saladin had dreaded was to be a safeguard for Islam, since his own days were numbered. Chapter 28. Ambrose visits the sepulchre. Almost before the treaty had been signed, the first of the pilgrims were on their way into the hills, under the leadership of the hero Andrew of Chauvigny. They put aside their weapons and armour and went in a body 100 strong, an extraordinary risk, for the Muslims who had fought against them a few days before were still camped in the hills, and they had not yet received a safe conduct from Saladin. Ambrose relates what befell them. As they passed the plain of Ramlach in their journey, the barons talked together, and decided that they would send to tell Saladin that they were coming to Jerusalem, with letters from the King of England to visit the sepulchre. Those who carried this message were wise and valiant men, but all their prowess was rendered futile by their negligence. They rode on horses across the plain of Ramlach, as far as the Tower of the Knights, where they halted to search for El Adil. The truth is, they went to sleep for so long that, long after they went on again, they saw in front of them Sir Andrew and the pilgrims marching in good order into the hills. When these beheld the messengers coming after them, they stopped, bewildered. "Ah, Signor God," cried the high man, "we are lost if the Saracens see us. Here are the ones who should have carried the message of our coming. If we go among them without warning them, they will attack us." The messengers hastened on again toward Jerusalem. They found more than 2,000 Turks camped outside the city. After a long search, they found El Adil, and explained that our people were coming. El Adil reproached them bitterly, saying that it was an insane undertaking, and that they valued their lives little to march without a safe conduct. Night fell as they spoke together, and the main body of Christians came up, without arms or plans. When the Saracens saw them, they confronted them with such menace that even the boldest would have liked well to be back at Acre again. They passed that night behind a wall. The next day the Saracens went before Saladin and begged that he would let them avenge themselves on the pilgrims. But Saladin at once summoned his officers and told them that the Christians had his safe conduct to go to the sepulchre and make their pilgrimage. Ambrose himself went with the second throng that met the first pilgrims coming out of the holy city at dawn. By then, Saladin's guards were posted along the road, and the Crusaders felt safe. We passed through the hills and came to the joyous height from which Jerusalem can be seen. Then our hearts were glad. We knelt, as all those do, and ought to do, who come hither. We saw what we could, above all, the tomb in which was placed the body of the Lord after death. Some of us put offerings there, but the Saracens snatched them away. After that we only gave silver to the captives, men of Europe and the Syrian coast, who were in bondage there. We gave them our offerings, and they said, "God requite you." We went to the right, upon the Mount of Cavalry, there where the cross was planted, there where the rock had cracked asunder. We came to this place, and we kissed it. From there we went to the church of Mount Sion, all ruined. Then we hastened to see the holy table where the Lord once seated himself and ate, and we kissed it also. But we barely stayed there, for the Saracens were seizing the pilgrims from our train and hiding them in caverns, 3 or 4 at a time. Then we went, much disturbed, to the grotto wherein was the Lord when he was taken. Filled with pity and yearning, we kissed this place, and we shed hot tears, for there were the stables and the horses of these servants of the devil who defiled the holy places and threatened the pilgrims. We left Jerusalem then and returned to Acre. Saladin remained as generous in his hour of victory as he had been before the stress of the war. When Richard wrote to him requesting that the French, who had not shared in the drawing up of the treaty, be forbidden to visit Jerusalem, the Sultan replied that he could not withhold his permission from some of the Crusaders after giving it to all. He bade the worthy Bishop of Salisbury, who led the third contingent of pilgrims, ask a boon of him, and the bishop, after a night of thought, requested that 2 Latin priests be allowed to remain at the sepulchre to perform Mass morning and evening. When Richard announced that at the end of the truce he would return and wrest the land from the Muslims, the Sultan replied gravely that if he must lose the Holy Land, he would rather lose it to Richard than to any other man. The English king had been convalescing at Haifa while the survivors of the Crusade took ship for the long voyage through the autumn storms. Here he was joined by his queen, Berengaria, who nursed him in his pavilion within the shadow of Carmel by the gardens of Elijah's tomb. She was to have only this 1 month of quiet with the Lionheart. She had left her home to follow him upon the crusade, and for a moment at the wedding in Cyprus she had come before the eyes of the world. Thereafter she is no more than a name, heard of from place to place in the footsteps of her stormy warrior. Richard would not take her with him, and she sailed from Acre to the shelter of the papal court in Rome, where she lingered on learning that Richard had been made captive. For a while, then, she rested at the Plantagenet court with Queen Eleanor at Poitiers, but Richard did not seek her there. The story is told that he sent for her on his deathbed, but it is only a story, and the name of Berengaria was heard no more after his end. She did not go back to her father's court of Navarre, nor would the Plantagenets give her aid or countenance. It is known now that she lived in obscurity for years in a town within the hills of Anjou, her only visitor a passing cardinal. Richard took ship early in October on a single galley with a small escort. His home-faring was no simple matter, for by now his brother John was settled in England, his own partisans scattered, and nearly every reigning prince of Europe his enemy. When he boarded the galley, he went to his cabin at once, and the sail was hoisted. Not until the next dawn, when the Syrian coast lay beyond sight, did he appear on deck. How, untroubled by the dangers ahead of him, he turned into the Adriatic to try to pass through the German lands in disguise, and how he was recognized by his royal bearing, sought by the man he had offended at the siege of Acre, Leopold of Austria, and held for ransom by the emperor, is a tale that has been told often. Saladin waited on the coast until it was known beyond doubt that the English king had sailed. Then, in the harem of Jerusalem, he dismissed his officers and turned his thoughts to the needs of peace. For 3 weeks he inspected the new frontier with the conquered fortresses. He would have liked to go back to Cairo, that he had not seen for 10 years, but he was troubled by lassitude and by the fasting which he now undertook to make up for the Ramadan fasts that he had been obliged to omit during the campaigning. When the rains began, he went to the court at Damascus, hunting a little and listening to the talk of learned men. Thither he summoned his faithful Cadi toward the end of February. Baha'u'ddin found that the Sultan had secluded himself and would see no visitors, although many waited in the anterooms of the palace. When the Cadi, however, was announced, Saladin ordered him admitted and greeted him with genuine pleasure, sitting in the garden beneath the bare poplars. A tray of fruit and sweetmeats was brought out to them, and Saladin only tasted the food, while he spoke of his greatest wish, to make the pilgrimage to Mecca in the coming spring. The autumn pilgrims from the south, he said, were already returning upon the Hajj road, drawing near to Damascus. Baha'u'ddin relates, "The next day he sent for me, and I found him seated on a bench in the garden, having around him the youngest of his children. He demanded if any people were waiting to see him, and hearing that envoys of the Franks were there, as well as the emirs and higher officers of the state, he gave orders to admit the ambassadors to him. One of his young children, the Emir Abu Bakr, of whom he was very fond, and with whom he was accustomed to make sport, began to weep at seeing these men who had shaven cheeks and strange garments. Then the Sultan excused himself to them and dismissed them without hearing what they had to say. In these last days he had given up his receptions, explaining that it troubled him to move about. Indeed, he suffered from weariness and another thing. Many fasts had remained for him to undergo, since he had not observed them during his frequent illnesses and the vicissitudes of war. At Jerusalem he had commenced to make up the omitted fasts, and this injured his health. His physician blamed him much for doing as he did. The Sultan would not listen, saying, "No one may know what will come to pass." So he had continued to fast until he had made up all that was lacking. He asked if I had news of the pilgrim caravan. "I met some of the travellers on the way hither," I answered. "If it had not been for the mud, they would have arrived today, but tomorrow they will enter the city." He then said that he would go to meet them, and gave order to mend the road and drain away the water, for the season was still rainy. After that I withdrew, noticing that he lacked his usual vivacity. Friday morning he went out, mounted. Leaving the servants, I hastened to join him, and just at that moment he met the caravan. In it were Sabah ad-Din and Karajal Yaruki, whom he greeted warmly, as was his habit with the older man. It was a significant sight this day, the inhabitants of the city coming out in a mass to meet the caravan and see the Sultan. I noticed for the first time that the Sultan had not his quilted khalat, without which he never went forth on a horse. When I asked about it, he had the aspect of waking from a dream, and demanded the garment, but no one could find the master of the wardrobe. It seemed strange that the Sultan should be asking in vain for the khalat that he was never without. I asked if there was no way of returning to the city without passing through the multitudes. He said yes, and took a bypath that led through the gardens. We followed after him, but I felt oppressed, fearing for his health. Coming to the citadel, he entered, crossing the drawbridge as usual. It was the last time that he went out mounted. That evening the Sultan was troubled by extreme lassitude, and a little before midnight he had an excess of fever.
12 days later, on the 3rd of March, 1193, died the Malik en-Nasr Salah ad-Din. Although Baha ad-Din and the Sultan's companions had expected it, they left the palace that day in profound grief. Damascus mourned, the shutters drawn over the shops and the bazaars deserted. Beside the body of the man who had led them for 20 years with unfaltering patience, the old imams read from the leaves of the Koran. When Saladin's son took the Sultan's place at the head of the carpet for the noon meal, the companions of the dead Sultan felt the stab of grief anew. When they called upon the treasury for money to pay the expenses of the simple funeral, they found almost nothing in the palace. Baha ad-Din explains. He who had possessed so much and such great riches, he did not leave in dying more than 47 dirhams and a single piece of Syrian gold. He left neither goods, nor house, nor furnishing, nor village, cultivated land, or any other kind of property.
Saladin had sacrificed years of his life to keep the field against the Crusaders, and his spirit had been as simple and fervent as that of any Christian crusader. He had kept inviolate his ideal of personal honor, more exacting than the Christian code of chivalry. He was a Kurd, ruling over Turks and Arabs for the most part. The glorious first days of victory were followed by the hard years of conflict with the Crusaders from overseas, and the Muslims had grown weary of the long war. Saladin's last months, even when embassies came from Constantinople and the Caucasus to felicitate him, were disturbed by revolt in the east. It was the irony of his life that, at heart a scholar and a lover of peace, he had to be at war without respite. They buried his body in the garden tomb beside the north wall of the great mosque in Damascus, where the school children patter by on their way to the teachers, and the call to prayer echoes in the giant courtyard. Above that courtyard, on the lintel of the sealed door, still stood the inscription of forgotten years, "Thy kingdom, O Christ, is everlasting." Neither Saladin's ability nor his zeal for the holy war descended to his 3 sons. They inherited variously Cairo, Damascus, and Aleppo, and soon became engaged in differences with each other. As Saladin foresaw, his army was never assembled again, and when the 3 years' truce drew near its end, the Prince of Damascus was well content to renew it, while the Crusaders on the edge of the Syrian coast were too weak to make any new effort toward Jerusalem. The Ayyubites, as Saladin's successors came to be called, allowed trade to take its natural course with the coast ports, and occupied themselves with fortifying their 3 citadels, Cairo, Damascus, and Aleppo. They were tolerant and cultured men, little inclined toward war, and it became profitable to them to allow the Italian ships to put into the ports without let or hindrance. Another man, however, had ambitions. Al-Adil, a powerful influence in Saladin's day, physically strong and energetic. He could finish off a whole lamb at a sitting, and was, at 53, still a great lover of women, and began to gather into his capable hands the reins that death had taken from his brother. With large possessions of his own in the east, he waited until actual conflict broke out between the new Prince of Cairo and the new Sultan of Damascus, whereupon he threw his influence upon the side of Al-Aziz, the stronger, in Cairo, and became himself governor of Damascus. It was only natural, then, that he should be appointed Atabeg, or warlord of the 2 kingdoms, when Al-Aziz died, leaving an incapable son on the throne of Egypt. Arabs, Turks, and Kurds alike remembered the old patriarchal rule of the clans, by which the eldest able-bodied clansman became chief of the clan. Thousands of Saladin's Mamluks had kept together even while serving in the various armies. They had eaten of the salt of the dead sultan, and they favoured Al-Adil more than any grandson. "Is it not disgraceful," said the Malik Al-Adil, "for me, an old man, to be the Atabeg of a child? I should have succeeded my brother, the Malik al-Nasr Salah ad-Din. I gave up this hope out of respect for my brother's memory." The words of the shrewd Kurd struck a responsive chord in the veterans of the army, and Al-Adil was acclaimed Sultan of Egypt. He had, of course, his old provinces to the east of the Jordan and the Damascus country. Swiftly he extended his authority over much of Arabia and Jerusalem and southern Syria, so that he held together the nucleus of Saladin's small empire in the year 1198. The northern regions had broken up among minor chieftains. When the Crusaders advanced again, they found a shrewd and extremely capable sultan in command of the Muslim forces. 2 years before, there had been discord among the Muslims, but now Al-Adil was master in his dominion. Chapter 29. The Dream of the Hohenstaufen. An Interlude. It is necessary now to look behind the scenes. The men who have played their parts upon the battlefield are engaged elsewhere, even Al-Adil. They have returned, it might be said, to their homes. They have put aside the Crusaders' cross and have donned mufti, but they have not laid aside their swords. Again, they play the natural roles of life, and what they are doing is most important. In these years, from 1195 to 1199, the curtain is drawn upon the theatre of the war, while there is truce in the Holy Land.
Yet in these years vital changes took place in the aspect of the Crusades. Old roles were cast aside, some of them torn up, and new parts studied. Fresh ideas replaced old, and the stage itself was enlarged. We must look at Europe as a whole, where the actors are at home. The heavy losses of the years 1189 to 1192 did not dishearten the men of the cross. After all, the survivors had gained some victories, and many had visited the sepulchre. They had stern stuff in them, and it seemed to them that another effort would redeem the holy places. Besides, a new generation was growing up, ready to take arms. Jerusalem, in their eyes, was the road of salvation. Defeat, the priests told them, had been caused by their own sins. A greater sacrifice, a more fervent attempt, rightly led, and the Señor God would bless them by the restoration of his city. The visible, actual Jerusalem was still the invisible, eternal city through which they had entered upon salvation. No doubt about that. It was as certain as the water of baptism or the wine of the sacrament. Those who failed to redeem Jerusalem lay under the anger of the Lord. The capture of Jerusalem would be a sign of the forgiveness of the Lord. The masses of Christendom yearned for this sign of victory. Preachers exhorted them as once Peter the Hermit had done, and they took the cross anew by hundreds. Barons and valiant men, peasants and women prayed in the new cathedrals for the restoration of Jerusalem. The ribald and masterless serfs no longer appeared in the groups of Crusaders. There was no place for them. In the 100 years since the first Crusade, things had changed. Undisciplined masses no longer hastened upon the Via Dei. The resistless torrent of the first days had become a strongly flowing river guided into fresh channels. The first Crusaders had spoken of their comrades as the soldiers of Christ. The popes, however, who had led the preparation for the Crusades, called them soldiers of the Church. But by now, unmistakably during the campaign of 1189 through 1192, the kings and princes of Christendom had taken the command. The popes still urged the war, but the monarchs led it. The obligation of the crusade now lay upon the crowned heads of the princes, and sons inherited it from the fathers. For one thing, the feudal isolation of a century before was breaking up. The nests of the barons had been shaken down, and nations were taking shape. England was still a patchwork of lands on both sides of the Channel, under the restless Normans. King Richard, redeemed at last from captivity by the last of the gold and silver, melted some of it from the vessels on the altars, was piecing together his dominion, warring with Philip Augustus, who was making firm the foundations of France. The Pope urged both of them to embark again upon the crusade, and both refused point blank. And without the leadership of powerful kings, no crusade could be undertaken. The last 100 years had convinced the wiser heads among the Christians that Jerusalem could not be plucked out of the grasp of the Muslims by zeal alone. The Muslims themselves must first be defeated. The stronghold of the Muslims was Cairo, the only stronghold accessible from the sea. The Sultan, Al-Adil, reigned there. Even while Richard was on the Syrian coast, the leaders had debated an advance on Cairo. To capture Cairo, on a similar point, would be a stepping stone upon the way to Jerusalem. Also, after the loss of some 300,000 lives in attempting it, the Christians understood that the overland road through Asia Minor was closed. The mightiest of them, Frederick Barbarossa, had left his bones there in final proof. Meanwhile, the road over the sea had become more easy. Ships had grown larger. The great pilgrim traffic had accustomed navigators to take whole fleets to and from the Holy Land. And the stripling cities of Genoa, Pisa, and Venice had developed into young and sturdy sea powers. On the whole, these thriving republics had borne their share of the labor of the Crusades, but they had drawn profit from it as well, being Italian.
Genoa and Pisa, barred in the beginning from the east by the Byzantines and Muslim pirates, had beaten a path for their ships in the track of the first Crusaders. Their fondakas sprinkled the Syrian coast and tapped the rich Asia trade. They supplied the settlements of Crusaders with the wool and furs and wines of the homelands, while they carried back the spiced fruits and silk and grain of the Syrian coast. But the Asia trade was the mine from which they drew undreamed-of riches. The growth of this trade was felt in all the eastern Mediterranean. The Norman ports in Sicily and southern Italy, Palermo and Brindisi, became important. The fine harbour of Candia in Crete became a halfway point. But the real gate of gold was Alexandria, the port of Egypt in Muslim hands. By enduring certain humiliations and paying well for the privilege, the Italian seamen gained entrance to Alexandria, and Alexandria was a port of Cairo. Every one of these factors played a part in the events that followed. It is well to see them clear. The leadership of the kings instead of the church, the closed road over the land, the open road over the sea, the plan to break the military power of the Muslims before advancing on Jerusalem, the growing fleets of the Italian cities and the necessity of using them to transport the Crusaders who had no fleets of their own. In this period of suspense, most of the princes of Europe became Crusaders upon oath to aid in the Holy War. The cry, "Aid for the sepulchre," was heard from the fields of England to the forests of Hungary. The only question was, who would lead the new army, and where would it strike? The aged pope of the day could do little but exhort. A mightier figure came forward to take command, the son of Barbarossa, Henry, by the grace of God, King of the Romans and Augustus. The man who hoped, not without reason, to draw upon his shoulders the mantle of the Caesars. Henry VI, the emperor, was a true son of Barbarossa and a Hohenstaufen. Already head of the Holy Roman Empire, he ruled from the Baltic to the Tiber. The heart of his empire was the German Reich, the power in his hand a multitude of valiant German swords. He had married Constance, heiress of all the Norman lands in southern Italy. Out of that marriage came generations of strife. Yet, for the present, it raised the emperor high indeed. It brought him to the shores of the Mediterranean. At Palermo, in 1194, he was crowned King of Sicily. At the church of Bari the next year, he took the cross from the hand of the Bishop of Sutri. On this sun-warmed shore, the red Hohenstaufen dreamed with his eyes to the east. Perhaps in other years Barbarossa had inspired this dream. Certain it is that Henry turned his back upon the north. Had not the wayward Richard of England done homage to him while in captivity? Could not he crush the stubborn Philip Augustus if it became necessary to do so? They were fighting with each other for the nonce, and no one dared disturb the mighty Reich that stretched from the castles of Lorraine to the pagan hamlets of Prussia. In the mountain citadels of Sicily he dreamed, looking toward the east. To him journeyed Amalric of Lusignan, now, by the death of his brother Guy, king of Cyprus. He did homage to the emperor for the island, and a letter came from Leon, king of Armenia, announcing himself the vassal of the Hohenstaufen. So these two Christian states upon the edge of the Holy Land were under Henry's rule henceforth. There was nothing petty in the emperor's dream. He meant to be, in fact, the Caesar of a new Rome. He would extend his rule north from the hills of Sorrento to the great Lombard plain, joining Sicily to the German Reich. With all of Italy in his grasp, he could put to sea with his Germans and Normans. With great fleets at his service, he could retrace the frontiers of the Caesars. North Africa would fall if he captured Cairo. That could be done. It could be done in the Crusade. As to the Holy Land, Henry had debated with his jurisconsults, and they had agreed, startled, we may suppose, with their lord. Until then, the conquests of the Crusaders, held by various little princes, had been looked upon as the redeemed property of the Church. The Hohenstaufen conceived it otherwise. As Caesar and Augustus in the West, by divine will, was he not also the rightful lord of the East? Whatever came into his hands in the East would be part of his empire, himself the sole lord. The authority of Caesar was not to be delegated to others. There was, of course, an obstacle. In the East, the ghost of the dead Caesars confronted him. Isaac, the angel lord of Constantinople, wearer of the purple buskins, who held the title of Emperor of the Romans. But Isaac was no more than a shadow, a Byzantine prince who had seen his fleets dwindle and his frontiers recede to the sea. For the present, the Hohenstaufen contented himself with marrying his brother Philip of Swabia to the daughter of Isaac the Angel, thereby establishing a claim for future use. Not that he lacked sufficient excuse to attack Byzantium. The Normans of Sicily, now his vassals, had determined to do so, and his father Barbarossa had suffered injuries while passing on crusade through the lands of the Byzantines. So Henry dreamed of extending his power over the remnant of the former Eastern Empire, himself a very Caesar, master of Rome and the world. He would tread the road toward the rising sun. Thy dawn, O master of the world, thy dawn. It was indeed an imperial ambition, and every particle of it was fated to breed strife thereafter. The first step, the Crusade. Henry dispatched a disciplined contingent under Conrad, his chancellor, to Acre by ship, while his archbishop anointed Amalric in the cathedral of Cyprus and Leon in Tarsus. Fired by enthusiasm and by the memory of the dead Barbarossa, believing that the old hero would return to life to lead them to the Holy Land, multitudes of men took the cross to follow the Hohenstaufen, and Henry prepared his fleets at Bari and Sicily. Conrad's forces with the knights of Syria occupied Sidon and captured Beirut, although Al-Adil roused to meet them and took Java on his own account. It was evident of the new plan of invasion that the Crusaders were content to lose the gateway of Jerusalem to gain the best harbour on the Syrian coast. The Germans advanced into the hills and sat down to besiege the small castle of Tibnin. Here they delayed for 2 months until Al-Adil brought up a relieving army. And then they heard that, months before, Henry had died in Italy. The death of the emperor broke up the crusade, and the Germans sailed back. They left, however, a new military order behind them, a German branch of the Hospital of St. John, Brothers of the German House. To distinguish them from the Hospitallers, whose mantles were black with a white cross, these wore white mantles with a black cross, and they started to build a castle in the hills near Acre. In these years, from 1197 to 1199, occurred events that altered the whole scene of the Crusades. It was as if an invisible hand passed over the stage, removed the old actors and their cues, and bringing forward the new to set the stage for the coming century. Richard of England, after making peace with Philip, besieged the castle of a vassal in a fit of anger over some gold, and was struck down by a crossbow bolt, granting life and freedom to the man who shot the bolt before he died. Henry VI, the mightiest of the emperors, died just before Innocent III, the mightiest of the popes, entered upon his pontificate. Henry, once Count of Champagne, and now King of Jerusalem, fell from a window, dying of his injuries. Amalric of Lusignan, now King of Cyprus, married his widow, Queen Isabel, thrice a widow at the age of 26, thus becoming King of Jerusalem. The civil war among the Muslims ceased when Al-Adil became Sultan and transferred his capital to Cairo. And in Constantinople, Isaac the Angel was overthrown by a kinsman and cast in prison after being blinded. So ended the 12th century. Then Baha ad-Din, finishing his long history of his beloved master, wrote these words that hold a prophecy in them. So ended these years, and these men who lived therein. They have passed away like dreams. Part 3. Snow lay upon the hamlets, mantling the thatched roofs, sliding from the whispering forest. Snow covered the arms of the cross by the high road. The bells rang clear in the cold air. Men were marching through the hamlets, over the frozen rivers. They were looking toward the east and singing an old song. Loud and clear the song, Ave Maria, Stella Maris. They were marching away on the old road. Under the arms of the forest they passed, treading over the snow with staff and pack and sword. They were following the stars to the east. But the bells had ceased, and the stars grew dim, and new voices summoned them. Through mist and mire the voices called, and they followed with staff and pack and sword. The road was lost in unknown lands, and the song of the road grew faint. Ave Maria. Chapter 30. Innocent Speaks. Winter mist covered the grey Tiber and drifted through the thick ilex trees by the brown basilica of St. Peter. But the sun beat down upon the mist, and the throngs of men and women could see clearly all that took place in front of the bronze doors. They had stood there for a long time, very patiently. All their eyes were fastened on a slight figure seated under the portico, sheltered from both the mist and the sun. It was a small man, the face sharp and handsome, the grey eyes set close together. Ordinarily this man moved quickly and spoke, as they knew well, most eloquently. A few moments ago he had been Cardinal Lothair, of the familiar Roman house of Conti. No more than 37 years of age, and a distinguished Christian gentleman, thoroughly versed in matters of law and mysteries of the councils. Now the episcopal mitre had been taken from his head, and the princely tiara put on him. "Take the tiara," a voice from the red circle of cardinals announced, "and know that thou art the father of the princes and kings, the ruler of the world, the vicar on earth of our Saviour Jesus Christ, whose honour and glory shall endure through all eternity." Other voices murmured a response. The crowd jostled and peered, while the men-at-arms thrust them back and horses were led up. One of them was covered with scarlet trappings, and when the figure rose from the chair and mounted this horse, the crowd all saw that, without doubt, Cardinal Lothair had become the Pope, Innocent III. A priest bearing a cross took his place before the horse. The white and gold standard of good St. Peter was lifted, while 12 guards ranged themselves on either side of the new pope. Images of cherubim hung from their uplifted lances. Their horses sidled and snuffed, pawing the earth under the folds of the heavy embroidered caparissoning. Behind the pope, the nobles of Rome, bearing their shields of arms, jostled and whispered as they took their places, pushing ahead of rivals who were their feudal enemies on ordinary days. Knights in armour brought up the rear of the glittering cortege, and the watching crowd murmured its delight at all this splendour. Suddenly the bells of St. Peter's clanged and echoed. The horses moved forward at a foot-pace, while the high voices of young boys soared against the clanging of the bells. The choir marched in the procession, but the eyes of the crowd fastened greedily upon a horseman in black velvet, a gold chain about his neck. He was the chamberlain of the new pope, and from time to time he would put his hand into a stout wallet that hung from his saddle-horn. Then he would raise his hand and scatter coins among the straining figures of the multitude. Ragged men struggled over the silver coins, and the men-at-arms thrust them back. When the procession passed the face of a low building of dull wood, the crowd roared with excitement and rage. An old man in a purple robe came out of the strange building, escorted by soldiers. His trembling hands held above his square cap a roll of parchment covered with a veil. The crowd knew that this was the rabbi of the synagogue, bearing on his head the veiled roll of the Pentateuch. Before the scarlet horse the old Jew bent his head. He was asking, as the rabbis had always asked, the mercy and protection of the new pope. But in the shouting of the throng his voice was lost. The young father of the church looked into the faded eyes of the Hebrew and uttered a few words of forgiveness. When he opened his lips, the crowd fell silent, and when he had done, voices shouted approval. The chamberlain tossed out coins again, and men jostled the rabbi in the purple robe to get at them. Leaning on their spears, the soldiers paid no more heed to him. Burning through the mist, the sun gleamed upon the princely cavalcade as it reached the muddy bank of the river and paced slowly across the marble bridge leading to the island and the other shore. An hour later, Innocent III sat in state in his Lateran palace. He wore now a red girdle. From the girdle hung 2 heavy purple purses, smelling of musk. In the purses were gold pieces and the 12 ancient seals of precious stones. One after the other, the members of his new court and council approached the Pope, sitting apart in his porphyry chair. They knelt before him to kiss the ring upon his white hand, and the face of Innocent was wan and tired before the last had withdrawn at the hour of candle-lighting, and he could pray alone in the chapel of the popes, kneeling on the mosaic floor. Gone were the years of controversy and the feuds of Rome. Gone were the 10 years of struggling with the questions of the papal council. Innocent was now solitary and apart. Beyond the darkening embrasures of the Lateran, the fortified towers of the nobles stood against the evening sky, brown and bare walls on every height above the hovels of the commoners. Even the impassive Colosseum was a fortress. Under the chapel and the walls of the grey Lateran, soldiers paced, and spear-tips shone in the dusk. Alone, Innocent meditated, in his hand the invisible key that could unlock all gates. Now, at last, at his command, was the dread authority of the Church itself. In the mind of the Pope a new map was taking shape. When he sat with his councillors of state, the only maps they looked at were queer round drawings upon parchment, with a cross marked where Jerusalem lay in the centre of the circle. The rest of the world was no more than scattered names arranged around the great sea, with mountains drawn between the names and towers leaning this way and that to represent cities. Round the circle angels and demons clustered, intertwined with leviathans out of the sea and pagan Turks. But in his mind, Innocent held a map of the world much more accurate than this. He knew the different peoples and the roads that the merchants followed, and the lines of far-off frontiers. He knew what fleets were built, and where and why, and the numbers of the pilgrims who sailed in them. All the structure of the church was clear to him, from the lands of the greatest bishopric to the gardens of a solitary monastery. Everywhere he had eyes that served him, his legates at the courts of refractory kings, and his messengers in the palaces of the pagans. Letters brought daily to the Lateran all conceivable tidings. Innocent knew as swiftly as horses could bring the report the fact that Philip of France had divorced his wife Ingeborg, or that a new chapel had been built in Iceland. He knew what the king of the savage Hungarians said at table off there in the east, and what merchandise the Venetians sold in Alexandria. And in turn letters went from his hand to all the corners of the earth.
letters that told a bishop when to wear his pallium, or advised the barons of unruly England to pay scutage to his dear son John, their illustrious king. He condemned the practice of usury in France in the same day that he censured the extortion from the Jews of Spires. In this map that lay within his mind, Innocent was shaping an invisible empire. He meant to bring the lands of the earth under papal authority. In other days, St. Augustine had written of the kingdom of God, and Hildebrand had dreamed of the spiritual dominion that would rule even emperors and kings. To a certain Acerbius, a prior in Tuscany, Innocent wrote, "As God, the creator of the universe, set two great lights in the firmament of heaven, so he set two great dignitaries in the firmament of the universal church. These dignitaries are the papal authority and the royal power, and just as the moon gets her light from the sun and is inferior to the sun, so the royal power gets the splendor of its dignity from the papal authority." He said that power lay with the two swords, the spiritual and the temporal. One rested in the hand of the Pope, the other in the hands of the kings. And Innocent never doubted that the spiritual sword must be raised above the temporal, mercifully but inexorably. Both swords belonged to the Church, and the temporal weapon was bestowed by it, to be used on its behalf. All power lay in the hand of the Church. Innocent was sustained by an unswerving will, by inexhaustible energy. He had, moreover, the wide vision and the swiftness of thought of a most able statesman. Realizing that the Church itself must be mobilized to take command, he was, if possible, more inexorable in reforming the clergy than in punishing laymen. He was rigid in punishment. Forgiveness followed. The sword of authority was never laid down. And so we order the spiritual sword against all heretics, the indulgence of sins to all those who faithfully and devoutly aid the Church. Never did he fail to exact the last bit of retribution. When a whisper reached his ears of a superstition and a questioning that was rife among the hamlets of Gascony, he wrote to the Archbishop of Auch, "You shall exercise the rigor of the ecclesiastical power against them. They may not appeal from your judgments, and, if necessary, you may cause the people and the princes to suppress them with the sword." An omen here of the terrible thing that was to come later. Innocent forced every issue to its end, however bitter the end might be. He said once, "Any evil may be endured to gain a worthy result." When Philip of France refused to take back Ingeborg, having married again in the interval, Innocent laid France under interdict until Philip was compelled to remarry Ingeborg, although he kept her in prison thereafter. The sword of Rome glittered with a new splendor. Of all the issues confronting Innocent, the Crusade was the most insistent. Jerusalem lost, the long-treasured cross held by the far-off infidels, the Crusaders clinging to the coast of the Holy Land with their backs to the sea. Throughout Christendom the cry for the relief of Jerusalem was ceaseless and clear. Innocent could not close his ears to this cry. He could not turn aside from the march to the tomb of Christ. The preachers of the Church had urged the war, and daily the alms boxes in the churches were filled by the hands of people who gave to the aid of the war. And in the last century, immense advantages had come to the Church of Rome through the Crusades. For one thing, men who took the cross placed themselves under the protection of the Church, which watched over their property during their absence. At such times the Crusaders were answerable only to ecclesiastical courts, and for the time being they became virtually subjects of the Pope. They were expected to make gifts to the Church, although they were freed from the payment of other interest and debts. Innocent proclaimed this clearly at his first council. "We decree that all who have taken the cross shall be free from all collections, taxes, and other burdens. As soon as they take the cross, we receive them and their possessions under the protection of St. Peter and of ourselves. And until they return, or their death shall be certainly known, their possessions shall not be molested." So, in addition to collecting the great tithes for the Crusades, which were cared for by the ecclesiastics until they were paid out to needy Crusaders by themselves, or the Templars and Hospitallers, the papal officers had a voice in the administration of bulks of lands, goods, and revenues. In this way the papal courts could intervene constantly in the affairs of the feudal lords. They also gained the right of requisitioning property and of acting as mediators. In a crisis of the great conflict, the papacy served as counsellor and treasurer to fresh multitudes. As the war flamed up or died down, the prestige of the papacy with the common people rose and fell. Innocent was not only obligated to champion the war, he was led to do so by his own interests. "I hold nearest my heart," he said in a great council, "the delivery of the Holy Land." There is no mistaking his earnestness. Victory in the war, the recapture of Jerusalem, the restoration of the lost churches, these were the keystones of the arch of empire at which he laboured. And from the first this inexorable man threw himself into the preparation for the new crusade. He spared no one. A tax was levied, 1/20 of all the income of the clerics, and when the silver was slow in coming in, Innocent contributed 1/10 of his own wealth and of his cardinals. Prodigal with others, he stormed at the clerics, "Misers with yourselves." He could be eloquent, no doubt of that. "What? You will not open your hands to aid the poverty of Christ? You would leave him to be struck, scourged, and crucified anew? You who preach to the laymen that they must sacrifice themselves, what do you give besides words? Words! Where are your acts? Already the laymen reproach you with squandering the patrimony of Christ upon your dogs and falcons." The barons, who were occupied with their own troubles and quarrels, also drew down the lightning of his indignation. "They no longer pay attention when the pagans insult us and say to us, 'Where is your God?' Look, we have profaned your sanctuaries. In spite of you, we hold fast the cradle of your fathers' superstition. We have broken the lances of the French. We have overthrown the efforts of the English, the strength of the Germans, the heroism of the Spaniards. We have massacred your people in such fashion as to put their children in mourning forever. Your kings and nobles that we have driven long since from the Holy Land have gone back to hide their fears in the dens they call their kingdoms. They would rather fight each other than measure themselves against us. Nothing more remains for us to do but to invade in our turn your Christian land and destroy it, even to the memory of your name." Upon the launching of the new crusade hinged most of Innocent's plans. He spared no pains to learn the exact situation in the east. His cardinals journeyed to the Syrian coast. His grain ships sailed to the ports of the Holy Land. He corresponded with Rupin, king of the Armenians, and Amalric, king of Jerusalem. He called for reports from the Templars and Hospitallers, and even wrote personal letters to the Muslim princes. Clear indeed was the outline of the East within the map of his vision, and never had the prospects for a crusade been brighter. Great strength of disciplined men waited in the castles of the military orders. Fleets lay in the harbours of the Italian republics. Only an army of European crusaders was needed. 20,000 more men, perhaps, would be enough. For Saladin was dead.
Al-Adil removed to Cairo, and the divided Muslims could not withstand such an army. Innocent heard that great throngs listened to his preachers, who went from church to church. One Fulk, curé of Neuilly, swayed the hearts of multitudes, as Peter the Hermit had done more than a century before. The common people followed Fulk about, and it was said that he wrought miracles by the laying on of hands. Under his touch the blind saw again. Just before Christmas of the year 1199, word came to the Lateran that Fulk had preached at a gathering during a tournament in Écris-sur-Aisne. Men opened their purses to him, although some doubting souls dared ask of him an accounting of the silver. But the chivalry of northern France took the cross in the midst of the tournament. The great Count Thibaut of Champagne took the cross, and Louis, Count of Blois, with the redoubtable Simon of Montfort. Even the young damsels had gone among the knights, offering crosses to them. After the new year, Innocent heard that Baldwin, Count of Flanders, had pledged himself to the crusade, with Marie his wife and Henry his brother, and before long the knights of southern Germany took the cross at Bale. On the coast of Flanders a fleet was making ready. True, a worthy abbot had said an awkward thing in Bale. The promise of salvation is certain, and the hope of gain in wealth is more certain. But the crusade was launched, sufficient in numbers and valiant in spirit. The flower of French knighthood, chevaliers who held high honour and scorned personal danger, formed its nucleus. Months later, these same chevaliers made an open-handed treaty with Venice for a fleet to carry them to the Holy Land. For the transport of 4,500 knights and their horses, 9,000 esquires, and 20,000 foot sergeants, they agreed to pay the Venetians 85,000 silver marks, and to yield to the Republic 1/2 of all the land they conquered. It was a one-sided bargain, but the Venetians would supply a number of war galleys. Innocent noticed that the treaty only stipulated that the Crusaders were to be transported beyond the sea, and that no mention was made of the coast of the Holy Land. He approved the treaty. Then, in the winter of 1201, after the months of preparation and the sudden death of the Count of Champagne, a visitor came to the Lateran. Boniface of Montserrat, brother of the Conrad who had been master of Tyre, had been elected leader of the crusade to take the place of Thibaut of Champagne. Now he requested an audience of the Pope, and for hours he was closeted with Innocent. What they said is not known, but the men of the Lateran whispered afterward that Boniface had urged leading the Crusaders against Constantinople instead of to Jerusalem, and Innocent had refused to consent. Chapter 31. The Conspirators. Look for a moment into the east with the watchful eyes of the Lateran palace. The first thing visible is the long barrier of the Adriatic, now fast becoming a Venetian lake. The Lateran is on most friendly terms with the Venetians. Above Venice lies the farther portions of the great German marks, the German marks that have been the worst foes of the papacy. Just now, after the death of the Hohenstaufen emperor, his brother, Philip of Swabia, has been acclaimed emperor by some of the Germans, but is reluctant to take the crown away from the infant son of the Hohenstaufen, Frederick. So there is an interregnum in these German lands, and Innocent will not mend matters for Philip because he looks for no good from the hand of a Hohenstaufen, especially a Hohenstaufen whose mother was Constance of Sicily, so that the son holds lands to the south of Rome as well as to the north. Instead, he is most amiable to the king of the half-pagan Hungarians, those horsemen who have come out of the east to dwell above the winding Danube. For the Hungarian will act as a check upon the Swabian at need. But Innocent looks more to the east, and he is sending his envoys among the wild Vlachs and the Bulgars below the Danube. He is extending toward these savage men the mantle of the papacy. Meanwhile, beyond the Adriatic and all the mountains of Greece lies the dwindling empire of Byzantium, harassed and tumultuous, its fleet vanished. The emperor of Byzantium is also Basileus of the Orthodox Church that separated from Rome long since, and now looks upon the popes as usurpers. Years have been widening the breach between this Eastern Church and the West. One is Greek, the other is Latin. One upholds the sanctuaries of Constantinople, the other the Basilica of Rome. Deftly and cautiously, Innocent is trying to cross the breach, to bring Constantinople back into the communion of Rome. The scholastic of the West is debating with the theologist of the East, and honours are about even. For Innocent cannot change the memories of the Byzantines, who still dress the stiff figures of their saints in cloth of gold. Innocent is patient with the ghost of the Caesars. He is eager to bring the churches of Byzantium under the rule of Rome, but he threatens a little. The Venetians, having sucked gold out of Constantinople, hate the Byzantines, and the Duke of Swabia has not forgotten the dream of the Hohenstaufen. The Normans of Sicily are like wolves, ready to hunt toward Byzantium. Think, Innocent bids this emperor in the east, if the Duke of Swabia be victorious, crowned emperor, master of Sicily, what peril for Constantinople? The emperor does think, but he hides his thoughts behind suave letters signed with red ink and adorned with an effigy in raised gold. In reality, Innocent desires nothing less than the conquest of Constantinople by the Hohenstaufen. That would place his worst enemy squarely athwart the gateway of the East. But he draws a sword halfway from its sheath, allowing the glitter of steel to be seen by the Byzantines, hoping that they will ally themselves to Rome. This done, the void in his map of the East would be filled. All the pagans and near-pagans of the borderlands, Prussians, Lithuanians, and Bulgars, can be converted to Rome. Byzantium can be induced to submit to Rome, and the Muslims of Asia Minor and the Holy Land can then be driven out by the Crusaders sent forth by Rome. The united East would be under the yoke of the papacy. Thy dawn, O Master of the world, thy dawn. Innocent dreamed as the Hohenstaufen had dreamed. Meanwhile, lesser human beings wrangled and suffered and snatched at the power held by others, as they are apt to do. In Constantinople, the old emperor Isaac the Angel, who built a mosque in his city because he was afraid of Saladin, had been overthrown by a palace revolution, and blinded, and cast into prison. The new emperor called himself Alexis III, and carried on the negotiations with Innocent. But the son of Isaac, who was also named Alexis, managed to escape from prison, and fled across the seas to claim aid for his father. He went, as it happened, to the court of Philip of Swabia, the Hohenstaufen who had married the Byzantine princess, Isaac's daughter. The young Alexis appealed to Philip of Swabia for aid in the first months of the year 1201, but Philip's hands were tied by the chaos in the German states. Alexis journeyed to Rome with his shabby elegance and his small entourage of Greek nobles. He gained an audience with Innocent, and found that the great pope would not intercede for him. After this, Alexis returned to Philip's court. He found there, awaiting him, a most able diplomat in a friendly mood, Boniface of Montserrat, who also had married one of the much-desired princesses of Byzantium. The three of them discussed the situation, planning ways and means to lead an army against Constantinople. Philip would support such an undertaking and would profit by it, but could not share in it. Alexis would be the figurehead of the invasion, the son of the dethroned emperor, and Boniface was willing enough to have a finger in the pie. They all knew the wealth of Constantinople and the weakness of its defenders. Here was a world prize ready for the plucking. But how to go about it? How to raise an army? How they pondered the question, and what they said, we do not know. We are certain only that they were there together, the luxury-loving Alexis, the swarthy, eager Boniface, and the dour, silent Hohenstaufen. The Byzantine prince would make any promise to be installed as ruler of Constantinople. His blind father could not rule again. All of them had the same thought, that an army was already mobilizing near at hand. They were thinking, of course, of the Crusaders. Boniface had just been chosen leader of the crusade. If they could turn the Crusaders aside to invade Byzantium, then Constantinople could be seized. But two obstacles stood in their way. The Crusaders themselves would refuse to go anywhere but toward Jerusalem, and Innocent could not consent to the invasion of a Christian empire by the Crusade. It was at Christmas of 1201 that the three princes talked together. Early in the spring, Boniface travelled to Rome and tried to gain Innocent's support in the venture, as has been told above. A chronicler relates, "But, learning that the spirit of the Pope was against this enterprise, he settled the business pertaining to the crusade and returned to his country." Just who thought of the Venetians first is unknown. It might have been Alexis, or Boniface, or Philip, or the Venetians themselves may have suggested the plan. But after failing with Innocent, the conspirators turned to Venice. The city of the lagoons had old quarrels with Byzantium. Only a generation ago, Venetian merchants had been massacred in Pera. The present Doge of Venice, the old Dandolo, had been almost blinded by the Byzantines. Above all, the Republic was gathering to itself, little by little, the islands that once had formed the chains of the sea empire of Byzantium, while the Byzantines raged against them, calling them sea serpents. Now the Venetians were to escort the army of Crusaders across the sea. What if they could lead the crusade toward Constantinople instead of to Jerusalem? What if they sent the whole strength of their fleet to support the army? Envoys are dispatched from the court of Swabia to the court of the Doge, and men talk together behind guarded doors. No chronicler relates their words, but Boniface and Alexis are coming to an understanding with the Doge. The shrewd Venetian considers the problems. He weighs the dangers, ponders the anger of Innocent. He is all for the Constantinople venture that will yield new seaports, and gold, and vengeance. After all, his treaty with the Crusaders only obligates him to transport them over the sea. A way must be found to lead them into the Dardanelles. Time is short. Already the first contingents of cross-bearers are entering the roads of Venice. They are crowding the camps, and their leaders. A stroke of fortune favours the conspirators. It is soon apparent that the Crusaders cannot pay the full sum agreed upon to Venice. The Flame of Islam. By Harold Lamb. Chapter 32. The Doge sails. It was then the end of summer, the summer of 1202. An unwonted bustle filled the canals, where the watermen pushed at the long oars of barges, and the slim gondolas of the nobles slipped beneath the screened balconies of ramshackle wooden houses. A damp breath came from the mosquito-infested swamps in the long evening hours when the merchants of the Rialto closed their shops and gathered upon the stone bridges where lanterns hung, and the air was heavy with the scent of aromatics and cinnamon. From the balconies women watched, veiled and painted and guarded by eunuchs behind barred doors. For the lords of Venice were half Asiatic in their tastes, and they had found women to their liking in the ports of Greece and the mountains of Circassia. The merchants on the bridges wore doublets and cloaks of velvet and brocades of Damascus. They talked under their breath of prices over the seas, in the slave market of Tanna, and in the silk souk of Alexandria. Some of them knew the worth of furs in the land of darkness where the Hyperboreans dwelt. But all of them held nearest their hearts the secret privileges of trade, and written treaties that no court had ever seen. For they were tasting a new and delightful power that had been born of the sea. By the stone edge of the Riva degli Schiavoni clustered the shadows of ships, the high masts and the slanting yards tipping drowsily from side to side under the pulse of the swell. Bound thwart to thwart, the slender war galleys lay moored to great painted piles. Grotesque dragon heads and strange, impassive women heads peered from the lofty prows in the glimmer of the mooring lanterns. In the harbour of the arsenal lay new galleys, waiting like inanimate sea serpents to be launched forth upon destruction. Over them towered the dromonds, fitted with 2 banks of oars and heavy square sails, with room in their depths for 500 men or more. These were the transports of the soldiery. Giant busses attended them, pot-bellied sailing craft as high as the dromonds, some of them weighing all of 500 tons. They had 2 or 3 masts and no oars. Along their decks were ranged the timber of siege engines and the barrels and hemp sacks that held the stores. Lesser craft lay moored around these giants of the sea, broad shallow craft to carry horses and fodder, flat-bottomed boats or lighters to land men and horses upon the shore. Men had laboured for months at the quays to outfit this armada, which was great and strong indeed. For the first time, the Venetians were going to carry an army overseas in their vessels, and it was whispered along the waterfront that the fighting craft of the Republic would sail with the Crusaders. Even at night the alleys and the canals were astir. Crusaders in mantle and tunic strolled over the bridges, pausing to enter a chapel to pray, or sitting down on the benches of a wine shop to eye the veiled shapes of the passing women. Wine cooled the blood and made it possible to sleep in this lifeless air. And presently there would be no more taverns, and no more women. By the doors of the palaces fiddles whined, and beggars pressed forward to cry for alms whenever they caught sight of the broad shoulders and clipped beard and long ringlets of a French lord. In the open square in front of the domes of St. Mark's, the Crusaders lingered to make the most of the nights that remained to them on shore. They strolled along the piazza, staring into open doorways, hailing comrades from the valley of the Ain or the fields of Flanders. They wore light linen mantles and long hose, for they had left their armour in the barracks of St. Nicholas Island. They talked impatiently of the long delays. Most of the chevaliers had emptied their purses during the months on the road, and had borrowed from those who still had silver in their wallets. Only a few bought the rare embroidered silks and the cleverly worked gold images of the Venetian shops to send back by courier or Jew to the girls at home. They were all eager to be aboard ship and on their way to the Holy Land. The Flemings, who had departed long since, must be there by now, and many Crusaders had failed to appear at the rendezvous.
The chevaliers did not wish to wait any longer, because they felt assured that they, the chivalry of the Loire and the Rhine, would be able to fight their way to the Holy City. So they idled through the warm nights of Venice, while the ships rocked gently against the stone embankment, and the bells of St. Mark summoned them to the hours of prayer. One of them, the young Castellan of Coucy, passed the time in his quarters composing a song. Humming under his breath, he traced words carefully upon a stiff parchment, for this was an important love song to his wife. Beau sire Dieu, how may I endure to leave the comfort and the courtesy of my lady, whose sweet allure made her my delight and belle amie. He had all of a minstrel's skill, this Sire de Coucy, and he was very earnest in making this song. Beau sire Dieu, now must I complain that she no more may comfort me where I must go. No love will be like hers that may not be mine again. At the same time, an older man, one Geoffrey of Villardouin, was writing down the happenings of the crusade. He was a soldier, a simple mind, and a very honest gentleman. He was, besides, Marshal of Champagne, so that he sat in the council of the leaders, and came to know of the bargain that was made at this time in Venice. Villardouin wrote, So the Count Louis and the other barons went off to Venice, and they were received with a great fete and great joy, and were lodged with the others in the island of St. Nicholas. Fine indeed was the army and the valiant men. Never did anyone ever see so many people, nor finer. And the Venetians furnished them with a trading place good and sufficient, where everything could be bought for the horses and soldiery. And the fleet that they had made ready was so rich and fine, that no Christian ever beheld better, with galleys and barges enough for 3 times as many men as we had. Ah, what a pity that the others who went to different ports did not come there. Christianity would have been lifted up again, and the Turks cast down. The Venetians had kept their agreement very well, and now they bade the counts and the barons keep their part of the agreement, and pay the money, for they were ready to set sail. So the passage money was sought in the army. There were many who said that they could not pay their passage, and the barons took from them what they were able to pay. When everything was collected, they had only half the sum needed. Then the barons talked together and said, Seigniors, the Venetians have kept their promise, and more, but we are too few to make up the sum of money agreed on for our passage. For God, then, let each of us give what he can to make good our promise, because if this army does not sail, the conquest of Outremer must fail. Then there was a great disagreement, for the larger party of the barons said, We have paid for our passages, and if they are willing to take us, very well. If they are not willing, we will call quits and go to some other port. And the other party said, We would rather put in all our wealth and go ahead poor than to see the army separate and break up. Then the Count of Flanders began to pay in all that he had, and all that he could borrow, and the Count Louis did the same, and the Marquis, and the Count of St. Paul, and those who held to their view. You would have seen many fine vessels of gold and silver carried to the house of the Doge to make up the payment. And when all had paid thus, 34,000 marks of silver were still lacking of the sum agreed on. Then the Doge spoke with his people, saying to them, Seigniors, these men cannot pay more, and all that they have paid belongs to us by the agreement. But our right to it would not be recognized everywhere, and we would be blamed, we and our state. So we ought to compromise with them.
The king of Hungary has taken from us the great city of Zara in Slavonia, which is a most strong city, and never, with all our efforts, will we be able to recover it from him, unless by the aid of these men. We should demand that they aid us to conquer Zara, and we will give them a respite for the 34,000 marks that they owe us until God permits us to gain it together, we and they together." So the agreement was made. It was strongly opposed by those who wished to divide the army, but soon the accord was made and approved. Then everyone assembled round the church of St. Mark. It was a very great fete. The people of the country were there, and the larger part of the barons and pilgrims. Before the mass began, the Doge of Venice, who was named Henry Dandolo, mounted the lectern and spoke to his people, saying, "Signors, you are joined together with the best men in the world in the highest undertaking that ever has been planned. I am an old man and feeble, and I have great need of repose, and I am crippled in my body, but I see that not one of you knows how to command so well as I, who am your lord. If you wish to have me take the cross to safeguard and direct you, while my son remains in my place and cares for the country, I will go forth to live or die with you and with the pilgrims." When they heard that, they cried with one voice, "We pray you for God to grant this, and do it, and come with us." Great was then the sympathy of the people of that country and of the pilgrims, for this valiant man had the best of reasons to remain behind, for he was old and could scarcely see, since he had lost his sight from a wound on the head. He was of great heart. He descended after that from the lectern and knelt before the altar. They clothed him with the cross on the back of a great cotton cloak, for he wanted the people to see it. And the Venetians began to take the cross in great numbers. Our pilgrims had joy and sympathy by reason of this cross that he took, because of the wisdom and prowess that he had in him. Thus was the Doge signed with the cross. Then they began to make over the galleys and the barges to the barons. So much time had passed that it was near to September. Now listen to one of the strangest happenings and greatest adventures of which you have ever heard. In these times there was an emperor in Constantinople named Isaac. He had a brother named Alexis, whom he had ransomed from a Turkish prison. This Alexis seized his brother the emperor and plucked the eyes out of his head, and made himself emperor instead by this treason that you have just heard. He kept his brother prisoner for long with a son of his named Alexis. This son escaped from the prison and fled in a ship as far as a city of the sea named Ancona. Thence he departed to go to the King Philip of Germany, who had married his sister. And he came to Verona in Lombardy, and lodged in the city, and found there a number of pilgrims and men who were going to join the army. And they who were with him, who had aided him to escape, said, "Lord, here is an army in Venice near us, the best men and the best knights in the world, who are going overseas. So do you cry them mercy, that they may have pity on you and on your father, so wrongfully disinherited. And if they wish to aid you, then you will do all that they tell you. Perhaps they will have pity on you." And he said that this counsel was good, and he would do it willingly. He summoned messengers, and sent them to the Marquis Boniface of Montserrat, who was chief of the army, and to the other barons. And when the barons met them, they marvelled much, and said to the messengers, "We understand well all that you have said. We shall send a message to the King Philip, and to your lord who is there with him. If he is willing to aid us to recover the Holy Land beyond the sea, we will help to conquer his land for him, since we know it was wrongly taken away from him and his father." So the messengers were sent to Germany, to the heir of Constantinople and to King Philip. Before this that we have told you about, tidings came to the army that made the barons and other men very sad. Messiah Fulk the Good, the holy man who first preached the crusade, came to his end and died. After this happening, a company of good brave men from the German Empire arrived to the joy of the pilgrims. The Bishop of Halberstadt, the Count of Katzenellenbogen, Thierry of Loos came with as many other good men. Then the galleys and the transports were divided among the barons. Ah, God, what good war horses were put in them! And when the ships were loaded with arms and supplies, and knights and sergeants, the shields were ranged along the rails and the sterns, and banners hung out, many of them very fine. And know that the ships carried Perriers and mangonels, as many as 300 and more, and all the engines that are used to capture a city. Never did a fairer fleet sail from any port. They sailed from the port of Venice, as you have heard." It was indeed a scene to satisfy the eyes of the veteran Villehardouin. The drifting vessels, bright with shields and banners, covered the lagoons. On the stone embankment, throngs of Venetians waved and cried farewell. The heavy anchors were tugged up at the blast of a trumpet, and the square sails hoisted. Wind filled the sails and spread the great red crosses out. Again the trumpets sounded, and men began singing. Some of them were weeping. The red galley of the Doge turned slowly, its prow pointing out to sea. On the gilded stern castle, under the flapping banners, the Doge sat beneath his pavilion of red satin, his aged face intent. He was leading out a great power of men and ships, and from that moment rested upon him the responsibility of the fleet and the fortunes of Venice. He was sailing to the east, yet his blind eyes were turned not to Jerusalem, but toward the Dalmatian coast and the city of Constantinople. Chapter 33. What Villehardouin Saw. Henry Dandolo, Doge of Venice, was an old man, and he had reaped the harvest of his years. He had the pride of a princely family and the wariness of a merchant trader. He was past master of the finesse of intrigue, and he was perfectly willing to break his word in a good cause. For the French Crusaders on his ship, no doubt he had tolerant contempt. They knew almost nothing of this part of the world, and took no pains to hide their ignorance. Moreover, he held them in his debt, and he meant to use them in every possible way before granting them quittance of his debt. The zeal of the Crusaders stirred no enthusiasm in this aged man, ripe with worldly wisdom. Dandolo served only Venice. He was prepared to gamble hugely to gain his end, which was not the destruction of the weakening empire of Byzantium, but the creation of new Venetian colonies from the debris of the empire. And the Doge was, as Villehardouin observed, an unusually brave man. Even Dandolo, however, would not have ventured to sail with his fleet direct to Constantinople instead of to Jerusalem. Ignorant as the Crusaders were, they would know east from south. Besides, he must bring them to Constantinople in a friendly mood, or nothing could be done. Innocent also must be induced to give his approval to the venture. No easy matter. So the Council of Venice had hit upon the expedient of Zara. If the Crusaders could be led to capture Zara, they would be smirched. They had vowed not to lift weapon against Christians, and Innocent had warned them against making war on Christians. They would then be obliged to send to the Pope for his pardon. If Innocent cast the weight of his anger upon the Crusaders and excommunicated them, the crusade would be broken up. The Venetians did not believe Innocent would do this, and if he pardoned the Crusaders for Zara, they could expect that he would be equally merciful in the case of Constantinople. Meanwhile, time would be lost at Zara, and the autumn storms would make the Jerusalem voyage difficult. The Venetians themselves cared little for the papal interdict. The Council of Venice felt itself a match for the Curia of the Lateran. In one way or another, Dandolo managed to take a month to sail down the Dalmatian coast to the break in the line of the hills where stood the walled port of Zara. There matters went well enough. True, a religieux, the stern abbot of Vaux, presented himself before the barons and exhorted them, "Seigneurs, I forbid you, on behalf of the Pope of Rome, to attack this city, for it is a Christian city, and you are pilgrims." And certain of the pilgrims, being out of sympathy with the bargain, talked to the people upon the wall of Zara, saying that they need fear no attack from the Crusaders. Dandolo put a stop to that at once. "My lords," he reminded the leaders, "you have promised that you will aid me to take this city, and now I ask that you redeem your promise." It was soon done. The fleet forced away into the harbour, breaking the chain across the channel. The Crusaders set up their engines, began their bombardment, and mined the wall. In 5 days the people of Zara made terms, went out with their lives, leaving the city abandoned to the invaders. Dandolo asked that the Crusaders occupy one half and the Venetians the other. "My lords," he explained, "winter is come, and the season of storms. We shall not be able to move out of here until Easter, because we cannot obtain supplies along the way. This city and country, however, is well able to supply what we need." To this the Crusaders agreed without discussion, and, as Dandolo expected, they sent envoys to the papal court to explain why they had turned aside to Zara. In time the response came. Innocent, when he heard the tale of the messengers, had been angered. "Instead of winning the Holy Land," he had exclaimed, "you have shed the blood of your brothers." But he took no action against them, merely warning them to keep together and to hold to the crusade. The next incident was the arrival of Boniface of Montserrat, who had lingered behind to watch the events in Rome and to keep in touch with Philip of Swabia. He was soon followed by courtiers from Germany, bearing a new offer from Philip. The Hohenstaufen's missive began by reminding the Crusaders that they were at war on behalf of God against injustice, and that the young Alexis had been the victim of injustice. Now Alexis could aid them to conquer the Holy Land. If they aided Alexis to recover his empire, the Byzantine heir agreed to place Constantinople under obedience to Rome. Since they had spent all their money, he agreed to give them 200,000 marks of silver, and he would go with them in person to the Holy Land, or send instead 10,000 men at his expense for a year. More than that, he agreed to keep 500 armed men in service at the Holy Land as long as he lived. Philip's envoys explained that they had full powers to conclude the treaty. They added that so fine an offer had never been made to any man before, and that the Crusaders would be lacking in spirit to refuse it. This appeal was most cleverly worded. It challenged their pride, and promised aid for the Jerusalem venture at the same time. It offered an enormous amount of money, and most of the Crusaders had had time to appreciate the humiliation of an empty purse. Moreover, it held out the bait of winning Constantinople for the Pope. In their minds, Constantinople was the queen city of the earth, fabulously rich, filled with precious relics of the saints and other wonderful things. What a feat of arms to conquer this abode of emperors, and what spoil to be had, and how well they were equipped for just such an enterprise. The Marquis favoured it, the Doge approved it, and all the Venetians were eager to set out. Gravely the leaders of the army talked it over in council. They talked it over, Villehardouin remarks, in more than one sense, because they could not agree. The dour abbot of Vaux spoke for his party, pointing out that many of them would not agree to go anywhere but towards Syria. "Beauseigneurs," others answered, "in Syria you can do nothing. The parties who have left us and gone on by other ports have been able to do nothing. Only through Egypt or the land of the Greeks can the Holy Land be recovered, if it is ever recovered. If we refuse this agreement, we shall be shamed." And the abbot of Luz preached to them, saying, "By this agreement we can best regain the Holy Land." At the end of the debate, the great lords cast their decision for Constantinople, saying that they would be disgraced if they did not go. Boniface of Montserrat, Baldwin of Flanders, Count Louis, and Count Hugh went to the residence of the Doge and pledged themselves to go, by oaths and sealed treaty. Only a dozen signed the treaty. A large party of the Crusaders could not be weaned away from Syria. Renaud of Montmirail begged Count Louis for a ship, and sailed to the south with his knights. Daily men went off, angered, in the vessels of the merchants who put in with supplies. 500 managed to get a ship for themselves, and were caught in a storm off the coast, every man being drowned. Another party dared journey by land, but the remnants of it drifted back to Zara after fighting with the Hungarians. Hard-headed Simon of Montfort went off with the abbot of Vaux after securing a safe conduct from the king of the Hungarians. A whole division of the army planned to withdraw, and was only restrained by a pledge that within 2 weeks after the capture of Constantinople they would be given ships to go to Syria. Meanwhile, Alexis appeared with a small following, to be greeted ceremoniously by the Doge, and paraded among the curious Crusaders. Dandelot had no wish to delay. Swiftly, the walls of Zara were dismantled, and the ships loaded again and headed down the coast. The Venetians had won the contest in the council chamber, but the open sea and the walls of Constantinople lay in their path. It was a strange fellowship that set forth in the spring of the year 1203 toward the east. No one man held the command, as in the good ship Argo. A band of men went together into a common enterprise. No heroes, certainly, but very human beings. Boniface, the Jason of this voyage, might indeed have been dazzled by the fleece of gold. Yet his hard and practical mind beheld only political advantage to be gained. The blind Dandelot, intriguing for his city, dreamed perhaps of personal vengeance, caught at every bit of land that might build an empire in the seas. The weak Byzantine prince, having promised what he never could pay, hoped to wrest a crown for himself out of the delusion of others. And the crusading barons, drifting from one entangling pledge to another, understanding little, dreamed of a great victory and glory to be gained. They were entering the east, of which the minstrels had sung, whence the Magi had come with their gifts, and whither Roland once had sought Cathay. And they beheld new marvels with eager interest. The galleys, the long oars swinging, drifted into the great harbour of Corfu, overhung by gardens and forested hills. For 3 weeks men and horses rested in fields where white lilies grew and orange trees blossomed. Then all the ships went forth again. And the day, Villehardouin explains, was fine and clear, the wind fair and mild. They raised the sails to the wind. Along the rocky shore of Greece they coasted, over the water that became clear and blue and tranquil as the days passed. On the hills they saw the tiny domes of churches and the terraces of vineyards. At the island called Andros, some of them landed with horses and arms to climb the hot hills, and bring in the astonished Greeks to submit to the young Alexis. Dandelot had seen to this. Passing from one island to another, they crossed the drowsy Aegean, putting in at evening to moonlit shores, where they landed to search for water while the galleys lay like sleeping ships upon the tideless inlets. And in these days died Guy, the Castellan of Coucy, who had made in Venice the song to his wife. His body, covered with his shield, was slipped into the sea. The minstrels, however, did not forget his song. Beau Sire Dieu, now must I complain that she no more may comfort me where I must go. In mid-June, when the evenings were long and tranquil, they passed the brown peak of Lemnos and sailed in toward the mainland. A narrow gut of water opened up before them. On the left hand, a long grey spit of land appeared, and on the right, dark hills above a low shore. Seagulls clamoured over the masts, swooping down to drift upon the troubled water behind the ships. Some of the Crusaders knew that this strait was the Hellespont, or Dardanelles, and that Troy had stood on the breast of the right-hand shore. Most of them called it the Arm of St. George, because the priests, who were wisest in such matters, assured them that the tomb of the warrior saint was near the water. At all events, it seemed to be a good omen. They put in at a small town clustered around a cathedral, beneath a clay bluff, and the people of the town came out to submit to them. They christened the place Avi, and waited there 8 days for lagging ships to come up. Then they emerged from the strait with a strong wind, the scattered vessels filling the stretch of water as far as a man could see. They crossed the open stretch of the Marmora under a cloudy sky, while fishing craft fled before them like gulls. In the haze toward the east they made out a low shore, and upon a point of the shore the gleam of white marble. Villehardouin relates, "And then the ships and the galleys came into full sight of Constantinople. Yet you should know that they looked long upon Constantinople as those who had never seen it, for they never thought that there could be in the world so rich a city, when they beheld these high walls and strong towers by which it was encircled, and these rich palaces and lofty churches, of which there were so many that no one who had not beheld them could believe it, and the length and the size of this city that was sovereign of all others in the world. And know that no man was so hardy that his flesh did not crawl at the sight. And this was no marvel, for never was so great an affair undertaken by man since the beginning of the world." Chapter 34. At the Sea-wall. It was indeed a great undertaking, no doubt about that. As they rode up and down before the city, the Crusaders felt awed by it, and they remembered that the Arabs, Huns, and Bulgars had gone against it in vain. No foeman had penetrated its walls in 800 years. To their eyes it loomed huge and forbidding, and they gazed at it in a kind of fascination. Constantinople had been built where the Marmora Sea narrowed to the Bosphorus Strait. It was like a triangle, blunt at the point where the great dome of the Santa Sofia rose above the gardens of the palaces. On the right-hand side of the triangle, the city wall faced the sea, so that the water washed against the dark stones. On the left-hand side, the wall curved around the crook of the Golden Horn, which was the long, narrow harbour of the city. Along the base of the triangle, the wall faced the land. Here a deep moat made approach difficult, and the great towers of the inner wall covered the smaller outer barrier. These towers, square and solid, rose more than 40 feet from the ground, and they had arrow ports opening on every side. The Crusaders had heard tales of the machines upon the wall, machines that cast forth the deadly Greek fire. They saw that the narrow mouth of the Golden Horn was barred by a great chain hanging between two towers. Behind this chain clustered the Byzantine galleys and merchant ships. On the opposite side of the Golden Horn stood the suburb of Galata, on a steep height, with a round grey tower brooding over it. Dandolo and his Venetians knew the lie of the land very well, and the Doge did a wise thing. He advised the barons to land for a while on the side of the Bosphorus opposite Constantinople, to rest and to forage for supplies in the open country. Naturally, the emperor had gathered all his soldiery in the city, and they would not be molested on this side of the strait. His advice proved to be excellent, for the Crusaders took possession of the suburbs of Chalcedony and Scutari, quartering themselves in the deserted palaces of the Byzantines, marvelling much at the splendour of them, and occupying themselves with gathering in the nearly ripe harvest from the fields, while they lingered on the heights and stared at the domes and gigantic statuary of the city a league away. To them the emperor sent an envoy, offering them a treasure of gold if they would depart and leave his land. Conon de Bethune rose and answered the envoy. "Sire, you have said to us that your lord is amazed because we, lords and barons, have entered his lands. Into his lands we have not entered, for he gained them wrongly and sinfully, and against God and right. They belong to his nephew who is here with us, the son of the Emperor Isaac. But if your lord wishes to submit to the mercy of his nephew, and surrender to him the crown and the empire, we will pray him to pardon him. And if you do not return to us with this submission, do not return again." The envoy did not appear again, and the barons made ready for their adventure. In Baldwin and his youthful brother Henry they had experienced soldiers well able to weigh the hazards they faced. The first thing they did was to divide their small army into battles, or corps, with Baldwin and Henry in command of the advance corps. The Burgundians, Lombards, and Germans formed the rear corps under Boniface. Dandolo aided them, but could no longer dictate to them, for this was a matter of fighting, and the barons knew what they were about. The Venetians wanted the attack to be made upon the sea-wall, pointing out that the Crusaders were not numerous enough to hold the open country against the Greeks, which would be necessary if they attacked from the land side. The barons answered that this was all very well, but they had no skill at fighting upon the decks of ships. They were accustomed to their horses and the feel of firm earth beneath them, and they would fight in their own fashion upon land. So it was agreed that the Venetians would attack the sea wall, while the Crusaders stormed the land wall. After sunrise of the day chosen for the crossing, the leaders mounted and went to their commands, while the bishops and clergy passed among the soldiers, hearing their confessions and taking their last testaments. The men did this readily, in good spirits. It was a fair morning, with little wind. The groups of knights and esquires led their horses down to the waiting barks. Everyone was in mail, the helmets laced. The horses were saddled and draped in heavy leather and iron mesh. Men-at-arms filed into the transports, their shields slung on their backs. Then the oared galleys were brought up and made fast to the heavier transports in order to cross the strait more quickly. The young Alexis appeared with his grandees, greeted the barons, and entered his ship. A trumpet sounded, and others answered down the shore. The fleet moved out into the strait. It did not make for Constantinople. Instead, it bore down on the Galata shore, where a division of the Byzantine army was encamped. The galleys made straight for the stone quays and the gravel beach. With Greek arrows hissing around them, knights leaped from the first transports waist-deep into the water. No one hung back. The sergeants followed with the archers. Arrows sped back at the Greeks, and the Crusaders pressed forward with levelled spears. The Greek soldiery gave way, retreated down to the Golden Horn. The Crusaders took possession of the abandoned camp, while others went to look at the Galata Tower. They did not hurry. All the army was brought across and quartered along the Galata shore and the abandoned warehouses of the Jews. The next morning the garrison in Galata castle made a sally, but did not manage to take the Crusaders unaware. Knights and men-at-arms fought hand to hand with the Greek mercenaries, driving them back toward the harbour and following them so close that some of the knights entered the tower itself. The hill and fortress of Galata were now in their hands. Meanwhile the Venetians forced the harbour. Some of the war galleys were driven at the chain, and one of them, equipped with a steel beak upon its prow, succeeded in breaking the taut chain. The galleys rowed in, spreading havoc among the Byzantine vessels along the Golden Horn, until they held the whole stretch of water. For 4 days the knights consolidated their new position, repairing bridges that the Greeks had broken down and gathering in fresh supplies. On the 5th day they moved again around the long crook of the Golden Horn to the land wall of Constantinople. They kept close to the water to have the support of the ships on their left flank. Baldwin and his barons climbed to the top of a hill crowned by an old abbey, and surveyed the wall in front of them, at the corner where the land wall meets the wall of the harbour. Here, behind round towers, rose the terraces and flat roofs of one of the great palaces, the Blachernae, in which the emperor himself had his residence. While the siege engines were brought up by the industrious sailors, the Crusaders built a palisade and ditch around their new camp, and beat off sallies by the Byzantines, who came and went elsewhere at will out of the various gates of the land wall. The Crusaders' camp only faced a single corner of the mighty triangle of the city, and they were too wise to scatter their men. Within the city there were perhaps a dozen men of all sorts to one soldier outside. But the ranks of the Byzantines were filled by mercenaries, Norsemen of the famous Varangian Guard, Slavs and Saxons and Turks, stalwart warriors who fought for hire and kept faith with their masters so long as they were well led. Greek noblemen and horsemen from the provinces made up the cavalry, and the armed rabble of the city helped man the wall. But the real strength of the emperor lay in the mercenaries who alone were capable of standing against the mailed swordsmen of the west. Meanwhile, the skilful Venetians had put their ships in order for the attack on the sea-wall. They set up engines on the lofty fore and after decks of the galleys, and they erected flying bridges at the cross-yards upon the masts, attaching ropes to the bridges so that they could be lowered at any given moment by the crew below. By bringing their galleys alongside the towers, Dandelo's men hoped to be able to lower the flying bridges against the summits of the towers, and cross to the wall, covered by the missiles from the engines and crossbows, of which they had a great number. All this occupied 10 days, and not until the 17th of July were the trumpets sounded for the assault. What followed is related by Villehardouin. 4 battle corps went to the assault with the Count Baldwin of Flanders against the outer wall near the sea, and this wall was well manned by English and Danes. They placed 2 ladders. The attack was strong and good and hard. By sheer force, some knights and 2 sergeants climbed up the ladders and gained the wall. 15 men in all got upon the wall and fought body to body with sword and axe. Then the garrison made a new effort and cast them back savagely, so that 2 were made captive. Thus the attack was checked on the side of the French, with many men wounded, and the barons very angry. While this was happening, the Doge of Venice had not neglected the battle. Nay, he had arranged his galleys and ships into a line, and this line was 3 crossbow shots in length. The ships drew in to the shore that lay under the wall and the towers. Then you would have seen missiles flying from the mangonels of the ships, and the bolts of the crossbows shoot up, and volleys of arrows. Those within the wall defended themselves strongly, while the ladders of the ships drew so near that in several places they were hacked by swords and lances. The tumult waxed so great that it seemed to engulf all the land and the sea, and the galleys did not dare to lay themselves against the shore. Now you will hear of a rare deed of bravery. For the Doge of Venice, who was an old man and almost blind, was all armed upon the foredeck of his galley, and he had the gonfanon of St. Mark held before him. He cried to his men to bring the galley against the shore, or he would wreak punishment upon their bodies. So they do this, for the galley touches the shore, and they leap out. They carry the gonfanon of St. Mark ashore before the Doge. And when the Venetians see the gonfanon of St. Mark ashore, and the galley of their lord against the land, then each one deems himself shamed, and all make toward the shore. Those in the open boats leap upon the embankment, and those from the great ships climb down into barges and gain the shore, most swift and eager in their rivalry. Then you would have seen a marvelous and great assault, for the banner of St. Mark was seen rising over one of the towers, though no one knows who carried it thither. It was a rare miracle. Those within flee and abandon the wall, and those outside enter in, swift and eager in their rivalry. They take 25 towers and garrison them with their men. And the Doge gets into an open boat, and he sends a message to the barons to let them know that 25 towers have been taken. The barons are so joyous that they can hardly believe that this is true. When the Emperor Alexis saw that they had entered the city in this fashion, he began to send his men against them in great numbers, so that it seemed as if they could not hold out. Then they cast fire down between themselves and the Greeks, because the wind was behind our men. The fire caught in the houses and spread so that the Greeks could no longer see our men and had to retire. Then the Emperor Alexis of Constantinople went out with all the forces of the city by other gates, which were all of a league distant from our camp. He drew up his men in battle array in the plain, and they rode toward our camp. And when our French saw them, they ran to arms everywhere. But the Count Baldwin of Flanders was guarding our engines under the wall of the Blacherny. 6 of our corps of battle ranged themselves outside the palisade of the camp, while the sergeants and esquires formed on foot behind them, and the archers and crossbowmen behind them. And they waited thus before the palisade, which was wise, because if they had sallied into the plain, they would have been overwhelmed by the numbers of the enemy, who had 40 battle corps to our 6. The Emperor Alexis rode near enough for the archers on both sides to begin to shoot. When the Doge of Venice heard this, he made his men leave the towers they had taken. He hastened toward the camp, and was himself the first to set foot to shore, to lead his men to us. Then the Greeks dared not cast themselves against our line, while our men would not leave the palisade. When the Emperor Alexis understood this, he began to withdraw his troops, and when the army of pilgrims saw that, they rode forward at a foot pace. The Greeks retreated within the wall. So the battle rested on this day, for it pleased God that nothing more should happen. The Emperor Alexis went off to his palace, and the men of the army returned to their tents and disarmed, for they were weary enough. They ate and drank only a little, for they had little to eat or to drink. The siege was not resumed the next day, for that same night Alexis, the usurper emperor, took his daughter and 1,000 pounds of gold and slipped from the palace. Unknown to the city, he entered a boat with a few followers and sailed into the Marmora, leaving his wife, the rest of his family, and his people to face the situation. Whereupon the Greek nobles naturally released the blind Isaac from prison and carried him in state to the Blacherny, so that there would be at least the figure of an emperor on the throne, and the cause of the war could be removed. Messengers were sent out to the young Alexis, bidding him enter the city to take his place in peace beside his blind father. The Crusaders were rather amazed at this sudden change of front. but they did not trust the Greeks overmuch, and sent envoys in to remind Isaac of their treaty, that Constantinople was to be placed under the Church of Rome, that 200,000 marks of silver were to be paid them, and 10,000 Byzantines sent with them to the Holy Land. The old Isaac had not been told of this, and it troubled him. He replied that it was a great deal to do, but he would agree to carry out the conditions. The army of Crusaders rejoiced. Now at last the way was clear to Jerusalem. The matter of Constantinople had been settled. The season was good for the voyage, and in a month they might be off the coast of Acre. Some of them escorted Alexis in to see his father, and they made no objections when they were requested to move back to the Galata camp to avoid rioting between their men and the Byzantines. A date was set for the coronation of Alexis, and the first 100,000 marks of silver, half the sum agreed on, were paid them by Alexis. Of this, half went to the Venetians by the agreement that the Italians were to divide evenly with the Westerners all that was gained on the crusade, and the French lords paid up in addition the 34,000 marks that they owed the seamen of the lagoons for their passage. This done, they expected to sail. But Alexis appeared in their camp to ask for more time, explaining that the empire was in chaos, with the usurper in Adrianople, and he had no means of raising the rest of the money. If they left, he insisted, he would have a civil war on his hands. Behind the pleading of the weak Byzantine was the strong will of Dandolo. The Doge had no desire to take his fleet to Jerusalem. He wanted to penetrate Byzantium, and at this moment of mutual suspicion he was in his element. He caused the Crusaders to remember that the term of their original treaty with him expired at the end of September. It was now the end of July, and 2 months would not serve to gain anything in the Holy Land. But if they would agree to remain at Constantinople until spring, they could seat Alexis firmly on his throne, collect the money due them, and sail for Syria with all the summer before them. He would agree to put the fleet at their disposal for another year. The barons were fairly bewildered by this artful shifting of the issue. It was perfectly true that they had only hired the Venetians until St. Michael's Day, about 2 months distant. They had also sworn to aid Alexis to regain his throne, and now it seemed that they would have to reconquer all his empire for him. A deep anger stirred in them, but it did not find a voice. Boniface, the Marquis, understood very well the intrigue that was sapping their will, but he kept his own counsel, having his own game to play. The barons withdrew to talk matters over. It seemed to them that they were chasing a pot of gold beneath an elusive rainbow. Yet the gleam of gold dazzled some of them who had seen the splendor of Constantinople. Others demanded ships to sail at once to Jerusalem. Villehardouin explains, "In the end, the affair was settled in this manner. The Venetians made oath to keep the fleet here for a year, counting from St. Michael's Day. The Emperor Alexis swore to give them all that he could. The pilgrims swore to support him and remain here for a year." Dandolo now could afford to wait for the inevitable to happen, and happen it did. While the barons were off on an expedition to bring the northern country into submission to the new emperor, rioting broke out between the Crusaders and Byzantines in Constantinople. During the rioting, some men set fire to the ramshackle wooden houses along the harbour. It is not certain who they were, but they may well have been the Venetians. The conflagration, fanned by a high wind, spread to the heights and destroyed some of the fine palaces and churches, even damaging the Santa Sofia. The barons, returning, were sincerely grieved by the havoc, but the Byzantines were angered beyond remedy. Some of them tried to destroy the Venetian fleet with fire ships in retaliation, and the sailors barely managed to save their vessels. By now the nobles of Constantinople were ready to be rid of the young Alexis and his blind father. They chose a certain Metsuple for leader, and brought about one of the palace revolutions that Constantinople had witnessed so often. Alexis and his father were seized in their sleep, hurried out of the Blachernae and into cells underground, where the blind man soon died from poison. Alexis, surviving poison, was strangled by assassins and ended his miserable life on the first day of the new year, 1204. The gates of Constantinople were closed against the Crusaders, who, with 2 years of frustration gnawing at them, were now enraged in their turn. Without hesitation, they prepared to storm the city. But Dandolo, with his opportunity at hand, was careful to call them into conference, and to have them agree that if they took the city, a new emperor should be chosen by 6 Venetians and 6 Crusaders, and a quarter of the city allotted to them. The other 3 quarters were to be divided equally between Venetians and Crusaders, and the outlying country also. The blind man was looking into the future with a vision more clear than that of the barons, who had all their eyes to see, and yet saw not.
Chapter 35. Byzantium falls. Spring had come to the Bosphorus, and the Judas trees were in bloom again. The poplars of the palace gardens thrust their green tracery against the white marble walls, and sheep grazed in the meadows by the reservoirs. It was Palm Sunday, but no procession of children carried branches through the streets of the city. In the churches, the priests prayed in their robes of cloth of gold, lifting weak hands toward the altars. Behind the priests, veiled women wept, and slaves stood ill at ease, listening to the echoes of a distant tumult. A north wind was blowing through the streets of Constantinople, ruffling the dark water outside the wall. And from the wall itself, borne by the wind, came the roar of human conflict that had begun the day before and had not ceased. Above the pulse of the swell that beat against the embankment could be heard the splintering of the oars of galleys, the crashing of the engines hurling rocks and blocks of marble that soared briefly into the air and dropped upon the decks of the barbarians without. The cries and shouting of men rose and fell with the wind. The barbarians, clad in iron, were attacking the wall, climbing over the bodies of their dead, mad with the lust of fighting. They had been cast back and broken, but they were pressing on again. So the veiled women prayed, stifling the fear that clutched at them. Ladies of the court, wrapped in dark cloaks, princesses born in the purple chamber, Greek slaves, pallid beneath enamelled headbands. They vowed candles to the shrines and offered jewels to the saints, if only the war would hold against that human tide. They had been told that the engineers had built wooden hoardings upon the parapet to ward off the flying bridges of the galleys, and that engines had been placed upon the towers to keep the ships away. They had seen smoke rising from the wall and drifting over the city like some huge, ill-omened bird with wide, dark wings. By the gates of the churches, black slaves clustered around the empty litters of the women. With a pounding of hooves, Greek youths galloped past, brave in gilded breastplates and plumed helmets. Through the swirling dust came companies of swordsmen, long-haired Norsemen marching with a steady tread beside swarthy Armenians. Against the sky, their blue shubas whipping in the wind, Jews stood on the housetops, watching the wall with anxious faces. Only the wide forums were deserted except by bands of restless dogs and men who ran at times past the lines of impassive statues. Long-dead emperors turned stony faces to the tumult, poising sceptres in uplifted arms. No one heeded them. They belonged to the day when Constantinople had been mistress of all the seas, a city guarded by the angels, indifferent to wars.
In the taverns by the harbour, slightly wounded soldiers flung themselves down on benches and shook their heads over goblets of red Cyprian wine. They were silent, or they talked hurriedly in varied tongues. Some said that the leader of the Ducas family, the one called Merzupel, who wore the purple buskins of an emperor, had sallied out to meet the Franks in the field, taking with him the stone figure of the Virgin. And now the Virgin was bound upon one of the masts of the Crusaders' galleys for all to see. An evil omen, that. And some had seen a galley driven by the wind against a tower. From the bridge of the galley a Venetian sailor and an armed knight crawled through one of the embrasures. The Venetian was killed, but the knight still held out in the tower. But the Franks had been beaten once, and they would be again, for 20,000 men could never break through the wall. Soon it would be dark, the fighting at an end. So they talked, gulping their wine, while the smoke grew thicker overhead. Voices clamoured in the street, and a cry went up. 4 towers are taken by the Franks. The roar of conflict upon the wall spread down into the nearest alleys. A band of Varangians, their scarlet cloaks dim in the twilight, marching toward the wall, was met by a rabble of Greeks running without arms. The guardsmen drew their swords and slashed a path through the fugitives, stepping over the bodies. With a steady stride they went on, until smoke swelled down and hid them, and they came to a line of burning houses, whence women fled, carrying bundles in their arms. The women clutched at the giant Norsemen, who had kept order in the city since forgotten times. But the flames were an enemy that no sword could deal with, and the officer in command of the guards gave an order. The Varangians forced their way out of the multitude toward the nearest palace. Across the city by the reservoirs, a horseman emerged from the cover of a garden. He wore a grey iron mesh from his foot to his chin, and the reins of his horse were iron chains. A round steel cap was close drawn upon his eyes. In his right hand the Crusader held a bare sword. Curiously, he glanced about him and urged his charger down into the wide avenue that led toward the heart of the city. Other horsemen followed the knight. They had come through the splinters of a postern gate, and the only enemies they met were the deserted tents of a Byzantine regiment and the grazing sheep. Over the drifting smoke, the red glow of sunset deepened in the sky. Against the striped walls of the Blachernae, dark bodies of French archers assembled. Robed priests fled from the little domes of the Pantocrator, and in the shadows some women wailed. A Crusader dismounted from his horse and went into the church. Before his torn and dusty surcoat, he held his shield and advanced. But the basilica was empty, lighted only by tapers that fluttered at the wind's touch beneath the holy picture. The Crusader looked at the altar on which silver boxes rested, and at the stiff forms of mosaic saints. Turning on his heel, he went out. When darkness had quite settled down, a group of spearmen with a lighted torch stamped into the church and snatched up the silver boxes. Baldwin rode among his men, ordering them back into ranks. Esquires carrying spluttering torches trotted behind him, so that all could see the wedge-shaped helmet and the shield bearing a rearing lion that marked the Count of Flanders from the other lords. When he met groups of knights, he bade them dismount and go back to their men. He said that 3 battle corps of the Crusaders were within the wall, but if they pressed on into the main city, they would be lost in the labyrinth of streets. He ordered his standard planted in an open square, and men-at-arms hastened up with benches and planks to feed the great fires that lighted the square. Around the fires crouched captives, gypsies and Jewish hags and wandering children, for in these open fields the gypsies and riffraff had camped. Black goats galloped aimlessly among the horses. The knights began to count the palfreys and the mules their men had gathered in. Beyond the light of the fires, the darkness was filled with a rustling and a pattering of feet. Shadowy forms slipped over the roofs. Beyond this fringe of sound and movement lay Constantinople, hidden and vast, with the domes of great churches and the shafts of lofty columns standing upon the heights against the stars. Here and there a cresset blazed, fanned by the north wind, or a torch flickered and vanished. The Crusaders looked into the darkness drowsily, wondering what new magic the artful Byzantines were concocting against them, and what was happening to the treasure troves that were secreted in this citadel of strange peoples and unknown tongues. They heard Venetian trumpets sound at intervals on the harbour wall to their left, and messengers came in from the Marquis Boniface, whose troops were quartered a little ahead of them, between them and the Venetians, so that the invaders held this northern corner of the city. All but the great Blacherni palace at the point of the corner, where Varangians and slaves still guarded the gates. It seemed to Villehardouin that it would take months to capture the citadels of this place. Either the suspense proved too much for Boniface's Lombards, or they began to loot the houses around them, for they set fire to the wooden tenements. The flames leaped the narrow alleys and licked their way under the roofs, soaring beneath the blast of the wind, eating a path to the south, and with no one to check them. Soon the glow of the conflagration could be seen from all the walls. In the courtyard of the Bucolion, the Greek cavalry was summoned by Murzupul, and orders issued to form for an attack upon the Crusaders. Attended by his officers, the leader of the Byzantines ascended the street that wound past the deserted hippodrome, and led through the small forum where the giant statue of Constantine towered. Here they waited a while, talking together in low voices, until Murzupul gave a word of command, and the cavalry advanced at a trot along the wide avenue that ran due east. Soon the Crusaders were far distant, on their right, but the officers increased their pace, galloping into the enclosure of the Golden Gate, where the bronze portals swung back at Murzupul's command. While the Varangians on duty at the gate watched grimly, the cavalry, with Murzupul in its midst, swept by them and out into the country, abandoning the city to its fate. When the nobles at the Bucolion heard that Murzupul had fled, they gathered behind closed doors and elected one Theodore Lascaris emperor. But the fire was approaching the centre of the city, and the Byzantine grandees had no heart for further fighting. They hastened to their households, and, collecting their families, fled to the southern harbours on the side away from the Venetian galleys. There they entered ships and put out into the Marmora, the north wind driving them toward the Asiatic shore. At dawn, when a pall of smoke hung over the city, the Crusaders advanced again, but found no one to bar their way. A procession of bearded priests came out, bearing a cross, to beg for mercy for the city. As if by a miracle, Constantinople lay in the Crusaders' power. At first the leaders were wary. Keeping the men in ranks, they occupied the forums and sent mounted patrols through the streets. Seizing the gates, they let in the Venetian bands and the Crusaders who had been guarding the camp. It was soon clear that the armed forces of the Byzantines had disbanded, except in the palaces. And while the leading barons turned their attention to the palaces, the soldiers and knights began to loot. The fire was spreading over a portion of the city as large as Rome, Venice, and Paris all put together, and the frightened Byzantines were trying to drag their possessions from its path. Sword in hand, the Crusaders ran into the courtyards of the nobles' palaces, while frightened slaves fled before them. They snatched up silk carpets from the floor and tore down candelabra. Then they came to the sleeping chambers, where unimagined luxury met their eyes. Red-faced Norman peasants and stalwart Burgundians stared open-mouthed at walls covered with damask, at toilet tables of onyx and ebony inlaid with ivory. While the Byzantine ladies hid their faces and eunuchs cowered in the corners, the soldiers tore open cabinets, emptying their bundles of poorer loot to load themselves anew with amber bracelets and jewelled combs. Laughing, they poured the finest perfumes from crystal and enamel jars. Pricking the robed eunuchs with their daggers, they bade the stout creatures lead them on to greater treasures. In the long corridors they met other men-at-arms carrying gold-plated statues on their shoulders. They investigated organs hidden in the ceilings, and shouted into whispering galleries that had served the lords of Byzantium who wished to overhear the talk of guests or servants, and they poured themselves goblets of heady Greek wines. Some of them went back when the looting was done to seek out the handsomest of the women slaves. They had never seen girls so fair and sweet-smelling as these creatures from the East, dark-haired Persians with fire in their blood, and yellow-maned Circassians with tall, strong bodies. Fearfully the women submitted to these uncouth men. Elsewhere, Venetian merchant warriors with more discerning taste hurried with their servitors into the galleries of the Hippodrome, where priceless statues of pagan gods stood, the handiwork of Greek masters. Prying gold plates from the wall and guarding their trove with spear and axe, they climbed to the courts of the sacred palace to snatch down tapestries woven with gold thread, and to pick up here an ivory image, there a tissue of silk heavy with pearls. Meanwhile, a stranger ravaging was going on. Warrior priests of the army, zealous bishops with their retinues, sought out the oldest of the churches, and forced their way into treasuries where, in gilt reliquaries, were kept the most famous relics of the world. Long had Christendom heard of the virtues of the heads of the apostles, entombed beneath the basilica by the Bucolion. Throughout the city were gathered the most precious tokens of the East, the bones and the wood and the hair that had been conveyed from the Sancta Sanctorum of the elder East. And the eager prelates and chaplains struggled to get into their hands these treasures beyond price, to carry home in triumph to their own churches. The stout bishop of Halberstadt, taking advantage of the absence of the marquis, who was at the Bucolion, made his way into the imperial chapel, and marched off with all the relics. Relates Nicetas, a Byzantine court secretary who witnessed the downfall of the city, "We saw what shocks the ears to hear. Those wicked and unfortunate men used on their tables the holy vases and ornaments of the churches. It is not possible to hear with patience what they did at the great church. They seized the altar table, a marvel of rare beauty, and divided it into several pieces among the soldiers. Into the most secret parts of the churches they led pack mules and saddled horses, so that dung and blood profaned the splendid floors. Then a woman weighed down with sin, an ambassadress of all the Furies, servant of evil spirits and priestess of black magic, sat herself down in the patriarch's seat. Mocking Christ, she sang in a broken voice, whirling around and leaping up and down." They tried to force an entrance to the mighty Santa Sophia, where they had heard the very chains of St. Peter were kept in a golden casket, and the gifts of the Magi in alabaster vases, and the ancient crown of Constantine set with jewels bestowed upon it by the angels, when the great barons checked them, and rode through the smoke-filled streets to begin the struggle with the fire. Villehardouin relates what happened then. The Marquis Boniface of Montserrat rode along the shore, straight toward the Bucolion, and when he appeared there, the palace was surrendered, those within being spared their lives. There were found the greater part of the high-born ladies who had fled to the castle, and the sister of a king of France who had been empress, and the sister of the king of Hungary, who also had been empress. The Blachernae surrendered to Henry, brother of Count Baldwin. There also was found a treasure past reckoning, as in the Bucolion. Each of these lords garrisoned his palace with his own men, and placed a guard over the treasure. And the other men scattered through the city also won a great deal. The booty was so vast that no one could count it. The gold, the silver, the vessels of precious stones, the satins, the silks, the garments of vair and ermine. Each one took up quarters where he pleased, and there was no lack of places. Great was their joy in the victory that God had given them, for those who had been poor were now full of riches and delight. And they did well to praise our Lord, for with no more than 20,000 men they had taken captive 400,000 or more. Then it was cried through all the army by the Marquis Boniface, who was chief of the army, and by the barons, and by the Doge of Venice, that all this wealth must be brought and collected together, as had been promised and pledged under pain of excommunication. And 3 churches were chosen as the places, and put under guard of the most trustworthy French and Venetians. And then each one began to bring in his trove and put it with the rest. Some did it willingly, and some with an ill grace, for greed held them back, and the greedy began henceforth to keep things back, and so our Lord began to love them less. Ah, God, how loyally they had borne themselves until this moment, and now the good suffered on account of the evil. The wealth and the booty was collected. The part belonging to the churches was gathered together and divided between the French and the Venetians, half and half, as they had agreed. And do you know how the rest was divided? 2 men-at-arms on foot had the share of 1 mounted man-at-arms. 2 mounted men shared with 1 knight. And know that not a single man, whatever his rank or prowess, had more than that, unless he stole it. As to these thieves, the ones who were convicted, great justice was done upon them, and plenty of them were hung. The Count of St. Paul hung one of his knights, shield upon his neck, who had kept out something. You can know how great was the treasure, not counting what was stolen or went to the share of the Venetians, when it was reckoned at 400,000 marks of silver, and 10,000 horses. For the moment, the glitter of Constantinople dazzled the eyes of the adventurers. Each man found himself with more wealth than he could manage to take care of, and at their feet lay the Queen City, violated and defenseless. Even the clergy, exulting at the possession of the rival Greek sanctuaries, applauded them. We say to you that the war is good and just, and if you mean faithfully to conquer this land and bring it to obedience to Rome, you will have the indulgence that the Pope promised you. All those who die here confessed. And that, Villehardouin says, was a great comfort to the barons and the pilgrims. But Dandolo had no illusions. When they met to select one among them as emperor of the new conquest, he would not have his name put forward, and he instructed the Venetians serving in the electoral college to oppose the name of the Marquis of Montserrat, who was too politic and too powerful a man to be acceptable to the Republic. So when the electors came to a decision, the Bishop of Soissons went out to the waiting Crusaders at midnight and cried, "Signors, we are agreed, and we name for emperor in this hour of Eastertide Count Baldwin of Flanders and of Hainault." A straightforward and simple soul. In the ensuing division of lands among the leaders of the Crusade, the Venetians and Montserrat profited most. Baldwin himself was awarded little more than half the city of Constantinople. The Venetians had the remainder, with the rich Santa Sofia. Somehow or other, Dandolo convinced the barons that 2/5 of the city must be put in possession of the Venetians before dividing the outlying territory. Montserrat got northern Greece, and the other lords received various cities, and the accompanying titles of duke or seigneur. But these outlying cities were not yet conquered, and most of them never beheld their new feudal lords. The Byzantines, preparing to defend Asia Minor, and the Bulgars, pressing in from the north, waged war on the victors. But the astute Venetians gleaned the following harvest for themselves: the district of Epirus in Greece, Acarnania, and Aetolia. On the Adriatic they gained the great city of Durazzo, and smaller Arta, with the rich Ionian islands to the south, Corfu, and the 3 keys to the Gulf of Corinth, Kefalonia, Zante, and Santa Maura. This gave them control of the Ionian Sea as well as the Adriatic. They received also in southern Greece the port of Patras and other places. Out in the Aegean, Naxos, Andros, and Euboea. They took the peninsula of Gallipoli, which controlled the Dardanelles, and they claimed the trading centres of Rodosto and Heraclea. They took Adrianople, north of Constantinople, and Dandalos squeezed in the island of Crete by secret treaty with Boniface. Many of these points were never captured in the long struggle with the Byzantines, but the Venetians gained more than even Dandalo could have hoped for, and they laid thereby the foundations for their great sea empire. For a while the Council of Venice pondered moving the serene republic from the lagoons to Constantinople. This done, they were more than ready to assist at the coronation of Baldwin, who was to be, in their scheme of things, the police power of their new conquests. The soldier was to fulfill the duties of a soldier. For 3 weeks the adventurers prepared robes and regalia for the ceremony, and one Robert of Clary has left an account of Baldwin's crowning in the vast Santa Sophia under the dome where mosaic saints looked down through drifting incense with incurious eyes. When the day was come, they mounted their horses, and the bishops and the abbots and all the high barons went to the palace of Bucolion. Then they conducted the emperor to the church of Santa Sophia, and when they arrived at the church, they led the emperor around it into a chamber. There they took off his garments and boots, and they shod him anew in footgear of vermilion satin. Then they clad him over the other garments in a rich mantle all charged with precious stones, and the eagles which were outside were made of precious stones, and they shone so bright it seemed as if the mantle were alight. When he was thus nobly clad, they led him before the altar, the Count Louis carrying his imperial gonfalon, and the Count of St. Paul carrying his sword, and 2 bishops holding up the arms of the Marquis who carried the crown. And the barons were all richly clad, for there was neither Frenchman nor Venetian who had not a robe of satin or silk. And when the emperor went before the altar, he kneeled, and they lifted the mantle from him. When he was anointed, they put back the mantle on his shoulders. 2 bishops held the crown upon the altar. Then all the bishops went and took the crown, and blessed it, and made the sign of the cross upon it, and put it on his head. When they had crowned him, they seated him upon a high chair, and he was there all the time Mass was sung, holding in his hand the sceptre, and in the other hand an apple of gold with a little cross atop it. And then they led him out to a white horse, and brought him back to his palace of the Bucolion, seating him in the chair of Constantine. The tables were placed, and the emperor ate, and all the barons with him in the palace. When he had eaten, the barons went away to their dwellings, and the emperor remained alone in his palace. Apart from the people of the West, the young Baldwin with his wife Marie sat on the throne of the East. But he was never emperor in more than name. Like his namesake, the first Baldwin who ruled Jerusalem, he spent his days in the saddle, riding from one menaced point of his frontier to another, with the Byzantines clutching at his back, and his lords spending their lives in vain attempts to conquer the fiefs he had bestowed upon them. The Roman clergy came in and tried to reconcile the Byzantine priesthood to the new order, but they could not. The patriarchs of Constantinople abandoned their churches rather than submit, and the spoil taken from the half-desolate city was soon spent. Hundreds of the adventurers went off to Syria to redeem their vows, and Baldwin himself died in battle against the Tsar of the Bulgars. For 2 generations the barons of the West dwelt in the half-deserted palaces along the Bosphorus, but their venture had ceased to be a crusade. It became a feudal state, a colony of the West, and in the end Constantinople drove them forth again. So, for the first time, by the treachery of the Venetians, a crusade had been turned aside from Jerusalem. The great crusade power had been bridled and driven to other work. Chapter 36. The Master of the World. Meanwhile, a greater-than-Dandolo had passed judgment on the Crusaders who turned adventurers. The Pope, Innocent III, had forbidden the enterprise, and then had heard that the fleet had gone against Constantinople. Months later he was informed of the capture of the city and the flight of the Byzantines. Not until then did he display his anger and excommunicate the Venetians. Papal authority had been slighted, and Innocent would never allow that to go unpunished. Yet, having drawn the sword of retribution, he sheathed it. "Verily," he exclaimed, "this conquest had been God's will, because no man had intended it." He lifted the sentence of excommunication, and gave amiable assent to Baldwin and his paladins to remain in Constantinople. He even sent his legates thither, with reinforcements of knights. The Crusaders had won the Byzantine Empire for Rome. A void in his map had been filled, and no Caesar of Rome ever welcomed a new conquest more eagerly. Innocent was establishing the papal authority over far frontiers. He had gathered the bishops of Iceland into his fold, and